right, we got 2 minutes after. Who are we missing? I think John said he was going to be maybe a little bit late. Let's see. We have, I don't see Jay on yet. John's here, John Morgan's here. Let's see, David Ryan. Yeah, did we get any notice from Dave Ryan?
No, didn't hear from him.
Okay. And let's see, is Iris on? Jay just coming in. Iris not on yet. I saw, or no, but I don't think it was for today. Iris said maybe she's going to be a little bit late on Friday.
Yeah, somebody did.
Yeah. But I think we got it. So I think we're missing. Jay's here. So we're missing John, Iris, Dave, and is that about right? But we got everybody else. All right.
Yeah,
so
no, that's correct. Yeah, that's right. We're good.
Okay, great. So 3 minutes after 1, why don't we get this thing started? We'll call to order the Commission to Study School Funding. Today's November 16th. Wow. November 16th, 2020, just a little bit after 1 o'clock. And as we do all of our meetings, we'll start with a roll call of members and our team from Carsey. And I'll start it off. Dave Luno here in Hopkinton with Ozzie long-haired dachshund with me. Mel Myler.
Mel Myler calling in from Kentucky, New Hampshire.
Thanks. And Dick Ames.
Yeah, I'm here in Jaffrey in my office alone.
And Rick Ladd.
Rick Ladd is here in Haverhill, New Hampshire, alone.
Thanks, Rick. And Jay Kahn.
Present in Stoddard eating lunch, and my wife is elsewhere in the house.
Okay. Thanks, Jay. And John Morgan.
Present in Exeter, and I have my 5-year-old son in the room with me at the moment.
Great. Thanks, John. And Bill Ardinger.
Hi, I'm here in Concord in my law office. My wife is here for a little bit.
You're supposed to be retired, Bill.
Good place to take a call.
Jane Bergeron.
Good afternoon, Jane Bergeron. I am here at home in Litchfield with my Black Lab Otis.
Great. Thanks, Jane. And Corinne Cascadden.
Corinne Cascadden, home in my home office in Berlin, New Hampshire by myself.
Great. Thanks, Corinne. And let's see. I don't think Dave Ryan's with us. John Beardmore, I think, is going to be joining us late. Iris Estabrook.
Hi, finally got in Portsmouth with family, not here at the moment.
Great. Thanks, Iris. And Barbara Tremblay.
Hello, everyone. Barbara Tremblay calling in from home in Keene. My husband is in the other room.
Great. Thanks, Barbara. And Chris Dwyer.
In my Portsmouth office, alone.
Great. Thanks, Chris. And Susan Heward.
At home in Hooksett.
Thank you, Susan. And Val Zanchuk.
Alone in my office in Jaffrey.
Great. Thanks, Val. And Mary Heath.
Mary Heath in Manchester and home alone.
Great. Thanks, Mary. And then we've got our team from the Carsey School. We've got Carrie Portree.
Carrie Portree here in Dover alone.
Great. And Jordan Hensley.
Jordan Hensley here in Dover. My fiance is in the other room.
Great. Thanks, Jordan. And Bruce Mallory.
Bruce Mallory is here in my home office in Kittery Point, Maine. Family's in the other part of the house. And looks like we got Dave Ryan just came in. Good.
Oh, terrific. And we've got Dave Ryan.
Yep, just trying to get in. Dave Ryan in my office in Exeter. Solo mente except me and my salad.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Dave. Jordan, how are we looking for access?
I think we're all good. I have not seen any comments to the contrary.
Okay, fantastic. And let's see. just sort of getting us started. I sort of like the commentary that we sort of laid out based on, I think it was Kareen's question, you know, what's it going to look like? So, talking about the commission, talking about the report. I guess a couple things. On December 2nd, the new legislative session begins, and membership in the commission, I mean, we basically all serve at the pleasure of the House and Senate administrations and the governor's office. So it will be, I think the membership remains unchanged unless it's changed. But it's really at the pleasure of the legislative and the legislative leaders and the governor's office as far as appointments to this commission. But I guess, you know, more importantly, you know, we've been marching towards a December 1st reporting date, right back from the beginning days back in January. So we're on that, and like we've said right from the start, we want this report to be useful to anybody that's going to be putting policy work together, and I think we're going to be taking a look at some of the findings, principles, and maybe recommendations that are very much in draft form right now today. But you know, I don't think there's an expectation necessarily that our final report is going to have a piece of legislation that can just be lifted out of the final report and filed with the Office of Legislative Services for for bill drafting. I think there's going to be some principles and recommendations that hopefully bills, whether they're this session or in future legislative sessions, can be drafted to correspond to the recommendations. But they could take the form of very, very different looking, you know, approaches to funding legislation. But still hopefully adhere to the principles that we've all worked on and developed together. So you know, there may be some sections that do look like you know, New Hampshire's statutes, and they may be specific to things like, you know, inadequacy, you know, with respect to you know, inputs versus performance outcomes and things like that. But by and large, I don't really see our report as having a lot of statutory language in it. So, but obviously that's not up to me. It's up to all of us to work that out. So that's really all I've got to start with this afternoon. And but before we dig into the agenda, there was a set of minutes that were circulated from our November 12th meeting, which was just a few days ago. And if everyone's given them a quick look-see, I would take a motion to approve the minutes from our commission meeting held November 12th, 2020.
So moved.
Moved by Meyer. Seconded by Tremblay. Any further discussion, amplifications, corrections, additions, deletions that anybody would like to make? Seeing none, Jordan, thanks very much for assembling these, and we'll just do a quick roll call vote to approve. Luno, yes. Myler?
Yes.
Ames?
Yes.
Ladd?
I'm going to abstain. I wasn't at the meeting.
Fine, fair enough. Thanks, Rick. Jay Kahn?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Ardinger?
Yes.
Bergeron?
Yes.
Cascadden?
Yes.
Ryan?
Yes.
Estabrook?
Yes.
Tremblay?
Yes.
Dwyer?
Yes.
Heward?
Yes.
Stanchuk?
Yes.
Heath?
Yes.
Great, the motions carry. Close this.
Hey, Dave,
Yes, Rick.
before we get into your agenda here, I have it in front of me. Is it
Yep.
possible that we could have some clarification on what the timeline looks like and for the schedule for this week we're in. I have on the 20th orientation in the
Yeah.
morning and a caucus in the afternoon.
Yeah, we can take a minute to do that. And let me just save some time on our agenda. We're going to table the discussion of the contract extension because we're still waiting for some review from the House and Senate administrations on that. So we've got a few minutes where we can talk about that. Bruce, did you want Bruce or Jordan talk about later this week?
Sure. Jordan's already sent out invitations, so I can see why people would be wondering what's going on Thursday, Friday. Because of a series of other primarily legislative activities going on Thursday and Friday, the best solution that we could land on, thanks for your understanding, is to combine the fiscal policy and adequacy work groups on Friday afternoon, beginning at 2 o'clock, recognizing that may still bump up against other plans that people have or other commitments that folks have. There will be no engagement work group meeting this week. They're really, I think, coming to the end of their responsibilities, their charge. And we thought that it would be both efficient and also meaningful, given the overlap and the intersections between adequacy and fiscal policy, to go ahead and schedule a joint meeting of the two work groups, as I said, on Friday afternoon from 2 to 5. And I believe you've already received a calendar invitation, to that effect. We'll start as close to 2 as possible, given people's schedules. We may not need to go all the way until 5 o'clock, but we've blocked out that time in case we need to. And we'll be getting into substantive discussion of the final report and recommendations on that day. So we hope that as many members as possible can join.
Thanks, Bruce, and that'll really be it'll be a discussion, but also it's a work group, so it's a work session building recommendations that would be brought forward to Monday's commission meeting. Chris, I saw your hand up.
Well, I'm just because many of us work, and I've tried to arrange my other schedule for things that we had scheduled. So, is it worth finding out how many people can actually attend on Friday? Because I know I won't be able to.
Sure. I mean, we can do just a quick show of hands. Maybe the way to do it is who would not be able to, or no, let's do the positive. Who would be able to attend Friday afternoon from 2 to 5?
Well, as I said in my email, I'm a half full. I can get there at 3 something.
Yeah.
And I may be late as well.
Yeah, and that's understandable. It was trying to put something in where we knew that that Thursday was just not going to work for a whole lot of us, and apologies for that. Things schedules sort of develop rather quickly. Including what Rick, was talking about too, the legislative training on Wednesday and Friday this week. So,
but also, Dave, on Friday, it's when the Republicans are meeting to make their recommendation for Sergeant of Arms, Clerk of the House, and Speaker of the House.
Yeah, so your caucus is Friday.
So I'm not able to participate.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the other options are. I mean, I think we've got to bang through some stuff.
We do have that following Monday too, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, we're not making decisions on the Friday.
Yeah.
The Fridays, is roll up the sleeves work, and the Monday is really when we're going to be, I think, taking positions on things, and things can also change and be developed on Monday too. I mean, I don't want to. I certainly value Rick's contributions to to all the work, and we don't want to leave anybody out. But at the same time, you know, I think we need to make the best effort with the calendar limitations that we're facing.
Dave, one thing, it would be if we had a choice, and we may not have to face this choice, between meeting on Friday to discuss things that, you know, are continually getting drafted, or having Bruce and team actually draft a completed document of some kind that we could get early and people could review it and come to the Monday meeting prepared. A better use of time than just talking about, you know, a document that's distributed just prior to the meeting, it seems to me would be to get the document done and let people chew on it a little bit before the meeting. So I don't know if that's a choice procedurally.
Well, I mean, I think it certainly could be. I mean, one of the things that's a challenge when we meet so often is that it takes time away from you know, those of us who are pounding out sections of the final report. And I'm a big fan of you know, don't you know, pull a whole bunch of people to try to work on something from you know, plain white cloth when you can take a look at something after it's already been written. And but let me do this. Go ahead, Jay.
Didn't mean to interrupt you, but
No.
why don't we, I would like this conversation maybe at the end of this meeting. So let's see what we can get through, try and stay on schedule, come back to, you know, how are people feeling at the end of this meeting? Maybe set our course then.
Yeah, I was sort of going to conclude it as well, Jay, and say, let us talk with Jay, Mel, and Bruce and Jordan and Carrie, and see how comfortable they'd be with that. I mean, do we have what we need, or are we missing something? And come back, make a decision on that. But let's see if there's anything more we need to talk about at the end of the meeting. So, all right, moving ahead through the agenda, we're going to table the contract extension right now, and we're going to be looking for some guidance from the legislature on that. And so it really brings us right to our final report structure. And the first piece I think we wanted to talk about is the idea of individual member statements, which I think several people have expressed interest in presenting, and maybe some ground rules or parameters behind what those statements can look like. And Bruce, did you have something that you wanted to?
I'll go ahead and share a slide in just a second.
Okay.
That suggests some guidelines, parameters around those member statements. But I guess I also just will note that folks have now received the outline of the final report. You'll see how it'll, right now anyway, we plan on structuring it, what the various sections are going to be. One comment is that there will be a more explicit framing using the design thinking process that we began with really when we got our work underway last April. So we'll help, and that will include a clear definition of the problem, something that this group really articulated back in our April and May meetings. And if you have any other comments on what you saw in that document that was shared in terms of the draft outline, please, you can put that in chat or send us an email. We want to keep this open and transparent, obviously. And if there are any immediate comments right now to put out about that report structure, we'd be happy to hear them, but that's what we're working from. And as you know, by now, everything's a work in progress, and we'll probably be tweaking that over the next several days as well. Chris had her hand up.
Well, I made this comment before, and I know it's within adequacy, but I think it's really important that a separate chapter at the beginning or subsection highlight the current status as it relates to what was found about inequities. Mel has made that point many times, that this is the first time an outside group has looked at our state's data and clearly identified the inequities. And it feels to me, I have found in each conversation I've had with people that that's a starting point. And so I think it's important. I know it comes in with inadequacy, so it's not like you're not covering it,
Yeah.
but I think it needs to be amplified.
Thank you. Thank you. Agreed.
Thanks, Chris.
So let me just share the screen here. So Dave, you want to talk us through this a little bit?
Sure. So I haven't seen the slide yet. I mean, I think
we are a work in progress. This is based on some thoughts you shared with us.
Right. No, I'm familiar with the thoughts, but basically what we want to do is we want to provide an opportunity for any of us who want to, and so don't hold back, to include, I guess we've got sort of a page limit in here, but a page, but that may not necessarily be a hard limit, but with where you can share your thoughts about the work of the commission, any concerns you've got, words of support you have as well, in any of the areas that are addressed by the commission. Now, as far as parameters behind that I think statements that are in these member statements be directed to findings, principles, and recommendations that are actually laid out in the report. So this isn't taking new objections or something like that really aren't directed to things that where the report has explicitly laid out. If you're going to be saying, let's say it's directed to one of the principles in fiscal policy, yet maybe we did hear some testimony that would lead in a different direction, that you can say, I've got this concern about this specific point in fiscal policy. We also heard testimony that points in another direction. And so I think that's a very fair thing to do. But if you just disagree with it because you disagree with it, and there wasn't any testimony that supported whatever you're feeling about it, you can, I suppose, say I disagree with this policy, but we're not introducing new evidence at this point. If it didn't come up during a commission meeting through the I don't know how many hours of commission meetons, Bruce? Hundreds.
We've added it up someplace. You don't want to know.
Yeah, hundreds of hours, dozens of people, tons of documents. If it's not found in any of that, then I think that would be a tough thing to try to bring in something new. That said, if you're talking about something that you feel now that the commission, I mean, and it's fine, it could come up, that oh wow, I now feel the commission really should have looked at this. It didn't, but it should look at this, and therefore I can't support this principle or this recommendation, then absolutely bring that up. But you can't draw any conclusions to it because we haven't investigated what that area is. So, but I think it's fair to bring it up, and those are sort of the things that we were thinking about as being the guidelines for personal member statements. They'd all be put together, not not melded together, but, you know, statement by Dave Luno, statement by Rick Ladd, statement by Mel Myler, and collected in an appendix. So-
Dave, one thing that we forgot to put on here that we did discuss earlier, and that is that we believe, that your leadership believes, these should come no later than December 1st. In other words, we can't really keep the window open on these beyond our report submission to the legislature for the reasons that were cited earlier about the nature of the membership, but also this should be part of our final report.
Well,
Yeah,
Bruce,
yeah.
well,
Yeah.
Bruce, then following up on that and Bill's point, when do we get the full report so we know what we're reacting to?
Sure, and back to, Bill's comment earlier about process and timing.
Yeah.
Our goal by next Monday, a week from today, is to have a complete draft of the final report. Now,
So
no doubt,
we'll have a week.
that's correct. Yeah, and I was about to
And
say,
it's Thanksgiving week.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
We didn't set that calendar last January, and here we are.
Yeah.
And as I say, the full draft that you'll see in a week will still have some holes in it because there'll be some areas where we haven't quite landed on some final wording. And by the end of the meeting next Monday, we'll be able to fill in those holes. And so then you'll be able to have that final copy. And then it's up to Dave when the commission takes any kind of formal vote prior to submission, whether that's a week from today, more likely 2 weeks from today, I expect.
Yeah, and so that's if you want the member statements included in the final report. The final report's going to publish on December 1st. So that's a hard deadline on that. There's nothing stopping anybody from submitting personal statements as public comment and on the commission website. But I don't think that's as good necessarily. Well, I shouldn't say it's not as good. It's really good. But if you want to get your member statement in the published final report that goes everywhere, then this is the way to do it. And I've been to all these meetings. I think most people have, and I think certain people may be thinking about, well, I've got a concern in this area. I see the commission going maybe down a different road. So there's nothing, stopping anybody from writing about those concerns now. And then, tuning it up once you've seen the final report. So, I'm not trying to make this onerous, but we've had essentially 10 months to get where we are, and a lot of stuff that had to be uncovered along the way. So Rick, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. So if I'm hearing and reading you right here, the draft will be discussed on the 23rd, and following the 23rd, those areas where you're calling tweaking or adding in the holes will be issued sometime after the 23rd. So if there's not a specific date, I'd like to be able to react to that total report. Back in 2008, there was time allotted for a minority report. In 2018, Mel Myler wrote a minority report. So I think it's only fair that we know exactly when you expect that final copy based upon the 23rd meeting, when that will be available, so we know exactly what amount of time we have to put a response together.
Okay, thanks, Rick. We'll do our best to try to provide some guidance on that. Assuming we're all here on the 23rd for that review, I think while we may not have seen final words, we will have really understood what we're asking to be changed in the report, and you should probably have enough to go on at that point. But we can come up with a date, I think, once we have a better idea as to how much more work is going to be necessary following Monday.
Yeah, certainly my goal would be to get those, whatever those last minute changes are that we end our meeting on the 23rd, incorporated within, I'm going to say 24 hours. That's an intention. It's a serious intention because I understand the challenges, especially with the holiday. And so it partly depends on how far we can get today and in our discussion on the 23rd.
But your point's well taken, Rick. So
Yeah, see, that was what I was concerned about. And Bruce just mentioned that there is a holiday in between there. And it's one where families get together. And so I don't want to have to be laboring on a report when, you know, I have grandkids and everything visiting the house.
I'm
Or when I'm
in
cooking
the
the
same
turkey,
place.
or while I cook the turkey.
Yes,
Yeah,
Iris.
we're all in the same place on that one.
Iris, I want to have the output approach to your turkey. I want to taste that turkey.
Well, just stop by. You just can't.
It
come
probably
in.
depends on
You'll
what
have to stand
inputs.
outside.
What inputs are in that turkey?
Well, that's
So,
right.
no.
I want to know about the dressings and the stuffings. The inputs are important.
They are. I definitely agree.
But Rick, you've been dealing
You
with
won't
your,
be surprised to know I spice it up.
Rick, you've been homeschooling those kids for several months now. So you've got a lot of outputs coming out of your house.
yeah, the only output that I'm worried about.
I know what performance is all about right now. So now I need some quiet time to figure out the rest of it.
Yeah, just remember turkey output's about the tryptophan, so.
So Dave, back to this. The one thing I understand the desire to put some constraints on the member statements. I think the tone should be, and this is as one member, I definitely don't think, you just have to trust the members who've worked hard together to put their statements together in a way. Everyone should understand that if it's going into the report, don't make it 1,000,000 pages, but I don't think we should try and prescribe a limit because people may want to say something important. And Dave, I heard you kind of not emphasizing that bullet. That's a little bit too, as if you were like a court or a PhD advisor trying to manage a process. I don't
Well,
think,
no, I mean, I think courts have pretty strict limits on.
I don't think that's appropriate here.
And that's not what I'm talking about here. But at the same time, you know, just like there is in the legislature, there's not a time limit when speaking from the well. But if you can't make your point in 1 to 2 minutes, you're probably losing most people.
I agree with that. And I think we should encourage people that want to submit. Remember, the way I'm thinking of this is you're encouraging people to look at the commission's report, which is a very complex topic, and be able to say, I can support the commission's report subject to a couple of caveats that are listed at the back. That's okay. That's it, with a topic like school funding or a topic, frankly, like a budget for a state. It's almost impossible to get, you know, a kind of roundhouse support without a little relief valve. And that's what I think the purpose for the member statement should be.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Bruce is putting a carve out in here for you, Bill. I'm only kidding.
I see it. I'm going to have it. I think 10 is a little bit constrictive.
but I think it is fair, and I think in respect to the commission's work, you know, if there's nothing wrong with disagreeing with something, but you know, if it wasn't brought in as evidence, if it wasn't discussed, if it wasn't, if there's no basis for an argument, you can raise it, but you know, but it's got to be directed to something in the report, and you know, Bill, this commission could have gone on another year or 2 or 3 and probably still not uncover everything that needs or that could be considered in funding of public education. but I think just out of respect for the pretty heavy lift that I think we all have just, gone through and are hopefully concluding in the next 2 weeks, having it be fairly specific and directed to the the enormous body of work that the commission did, I think that's a fair type of thing.
Yeah.
All right. So from here, are we sort of done talking about the final report, structure right now, and can move into some of the discussion on the work that was done last week with the in the work groups, particularly surrounding principles and recommendations. And I think the way that we laid this out was we wanted to get everything, on the, put what people wanted to have on the kitchen table. We weren't going to argue about it, but today is the day to do some pruning from that and get down to the principles that we think are most important, I guess, for the final report. And I'm just going to turn it over to Bruce to facilitate that, so that I can participate in this effort as well.
All right, Dave, thanks. So we'll begin with public engagement, which you're quite familiar now with that report. And I'm going to ask Carrie to sort of highlight for us the things to pay attention to today relative to findings. And just to point out again that the public engagement work group and its work led to a set of findings, but not a series of recommendations or principles per se. Their job was to gather in a variety of ways public input from a variety of constituencies and stakeholders and the general public. And so what they heard in a variety of ways is what constitutes their core findings, their essential findings. Then when we get to adequacy and fiscal policy, there will be a set of findings as well as principles and recommendations. And we'll talk more about what those terms mean when we get to those as well. But I'm going to, Carrie, I'm going to bring up the engagement, where'd it go?
I can bring it up.
Bring it up because for some reason it disappeared from my menu. And just highlight for us the findings section.
Okay. So this is the most recent draft public engagement report. I added there are three. I'll highlight the findings. I also just want to note a few things that I added based on the meeting minutes. I wasn't able to stay for the meeting last time, do another obligation. So what I did was, based on the meeting minutes, I added an opening and closing paragraph. Corrine provided some suggestions as well. So the one I wrote is in yellow and the one Corrine wrote is in blue, and I'll combine the two. If any other engagement group members have any suggestions, please just email Mel and I individually, but we hope to just be closing this up. The second part I added was I just added the meeting dates, and I moved future suggestions for engagement further up. So the key findings from the engagement activities, just to remind everybody.
Carrie, can you blow that up a little bit, Carrie, for us old folks?
Oh yeah. I do work in tiny because I like to see the whole thing. How's that better?
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, awesome. So I changed the language to focus on the term finding and points and themes, just to emphasize that that's what these are. And as a reminder, we have 9 key findings or overall findings. And so I'll just read them. I'm just going to read the first sentence, even though there's explanation that follows.
And excuse me, Carrie, but for folks who want to follow along, commission members have this document themselves. So we're starting on page 6. This is pages 6 and 7, if you want to flip through to your own copy.
Thank you. So number 1 is education inequities in public school districts across the state was voiced clearly in each engagement activity. The general public raised concerns about the reliance on property tax and the unequal application of taxes across the state when funding public schools. There's consistent concern about the reliance on local property tax to fund public schools, but there is no consensus on alternative form of revenue. Disparities in property taxes can negatively impact students' achievement, particularly in high poverty areas and in communities that have higher racial and language diversity. The public has varying understanding about how public schools are funded and how funds are allocated to school districts. People agree that funding for public schools should be student-centered and based upon identified student needs and outcomes. They'll prepare students for diverse career and college pathways. There's a general concern about how the pandemic has affected student needs and the funding of those needs, both short and long term. Unfunded mandates create an increased tax burden on local school districts when the state does not provide funding for those mandates, and there's a concern about that. There is concurrence that there's a concern about unfunded mandates. There's a concurrence that the key to a quality education is a quality teaching staff, with concerns about high turnover, preparation, and so forth. So those are the 9 overall findings. Then we make some connections to policy making and implementation below based on that.
Thanks, Carrie. So a couple of comments, and then we'll see if there are other comments. One is we have lots and lots of backup documentation in our minutes and in the report itself regarding the source of these statements. So we'll be able to assure readers that this is an aggregation of themes that came up across the focus groups, the statewide survey that we did, the public comment periods that were held, the interactions with key stakeholders, municipal and school leaders at the local level. So I just sort of wanted to make that comment as well. And the other comment was that these findings that resulted from our various public engagement activities, the language in here, the concerns in here, you'll see are threaded in other parts of the final report. There is a direct connection between the concerns raised, we found, from public input to the kinds of analyses, findings, and recommendations that the commission is landing on through its work groups and through the commission deliberations. So there is a coherence, perhaps remarkably, but there is a coherence to the way that we gathered the information and then the way we interpreted it and the conclusions that this group has been arriving at.
Yeah, the other work groups are reflective of what these findings found.
Yeah. So,
Carrie,
a few minutes for discussion, and I can't, Carrie, I think we'll ask you to close out the screen share so that I can see people's hands as I raise them, and people can reference specific items on here as needed. I saw Chris's hand and then Rick.
Number 7, yes, that's true. I think what really has happened, not just here, but all over the country, is that the pandemic has made clear the disparities that exist. And so there's concern about how the pandemic affects students, but I think the larger issue is that the pandemic has made clear of a whole range of disparities that people are much more aware of now. And so I think that underlies the point that even if the vaccine comes, the pandemic goes away, we still have those disparities. And then number 8, just a simple comment, I think for the general reader, just giving an example of an unfunded mandate or a footnote that explains where unfunded mandates come from. The general reader might not have the backstory here on those. And then number 4, and I think this is arguable, I think it's pretty clear that the disparities in property taxes that we have evidence about how that affects achievement in high poverty areas and in areas with language diversity because of English learners, but not necessarily racial diversity. Those two happen in the examples we have in New Hampshire to go together in the community, but I don't know if we have evidence that that disparity in property taxes affects communities with higher racial diversity.
Well, I mean, the challenge here is that what's being reported on is what was heard. And
right.
That's part of the public engagement process. And the degree to which people are informed affects the validity of that input.
That's a very good point, Bruce. Yeah.
So we do need to be careful about making sure that these findings reflect what we heard. The commission members' interpretation or elaboration on these findings is important as you all write the report. Absolutely. Rick, you had your hand up earlier.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce. Number 2 and number 3. The last sentence in number 2, a change needs to be made in the current revenue system. And number 3, a concern about reliance on local property tax, but no consensus on an alternative format. It seems to me that they're both talking the same thing. And the challenge hasn't been met or discussed. Was there any questions asked of the public specifically if education is not funded primarily through our property tax, what other means might you use? And of course, I'm not advocating one way or the other here. I'm just concerned that this is a hole in that we all are aware of this concern. Where are we going?
So I might say something, and Kara, you can elaborate if you want to, but one of the major sources of findings for that statement was the Granite State poll, the UNH Survey Center.
Yeah.
It did ask respondents, what other alternative revenue sources would you be willing to accept as a way of funding our public schools? And some broad-based tax options were listed there. I'm not going to remember the exact wording of the item right now, but we did ask, and generally there was not any appetite for other alternative forms, even though people said heavy reliance on the property tax is itself a problem. Carrie, is that a fair representation?
I'm pulling up the Granite State poll report right now, which is on the, it's taking a little bit to pull up. Just to remind me, I think what stands out to me about this finding is in the educator survey, I guess this comes from that as well, where people talked about so in the educator survey, as a reminder, that was pretty qualitative. There's a lot of open-ended answers. We coded for frequency. And so when people talked about, they talked in general about the challenge with the reliance on property tax. There are some people who went on to explain other types of taxes, but there was many different types mentioned. I would say it was handfuls of people, and so that's where these two come from. In terms of the Granite State poll, I need to look back into that question in order to comment on it.
Come back to that in a minute, if we can. Corinne?
Hi, I just found that particular question on the Granite State poll. The question read, would you favor or oppose using the following options to decrease reliance on local property taxes to fund education in New Hampshire? And then people put in a variety of different options, talking about taxes. I mean, it was all over the place in terms of how to fund. There was lottery, gas tax, head tax, so legalize marijuana, tax guns, tax income of very rich. So there was an opportunity for people to suggest an alternative or a continued form of taxation.
I think in a previous grant state poll, they were given different types of, that question was asked previously, not
Yeah.
in this report where there may have been choices, but this one people could enter in, but that was the general question. Crane, do you-
Yeah, I think Rick,
reference the page?
Rick, you raised the conundrum that we have in this state. Because the conundrum is that, we really don't like the property tax, but what's the alternative? And I think that's the conundrum that the state is in general, because they don't like to have they don't like the property tax concept as extensive as it is for funding of schools. But when you say, then what's the alternative? That is where the conversation gets all muddled up. And I think, Rick, you're raising a good question. It's the one that's been there forever. And I think the findings that we had is that they are there continuing forever until there is some body politic or some consensus around the need. No, we really do need to make this and go in this particular direction or that direction. So we are kind of caught in that historic conundrum of not wanting a reliance on property taxes, but yet not willing to make a commitment to move to some other alternate form of revenue.
Right.
Well, see, the question these two sentences that I read, but the sentence prior to the one in number 2 says, the public school funding does not work. Well, we have a state which has one of the highest achievement scores in the country on the aggregate. We are certainly spending quite a bit on education. Whether it's distributed properly is another issue. So I think it's working. It's a tremendous hardship on people, but I don't know if you ask the question, do you want a sales tax? Do you want an income tax? Do you want gambling? We use words that are very subjective, like many. You have in many people's minds, is that a majority or is that just a handful, as you say? So I think in some of the statements, we want to be very careful not to be quite so subjective, but also if we're trying to convey a broad perception, that's another thing.
Phil.
Yeah, I just seem to look at these 8 and going back to Rick's comment on 2 and 3, it seems like they're pretty much saying the same thing with, one sentence difference. I think they could be combined into one because they seem to be overlapping quite a bit.
So point well taken, and either they get combined or the distinction between the two is made clear.
Yeah, they seem to be pretty much saying the same thing.
Good, thank you.
And welcome to John Beardmore.
Hey, John.
Other comments or questions, and then we'll move along. Okay, thank you. Then Carrie and Mel will take into consideration, particularly the last set of comments, with a reminder that this is qualitative information. It is subjective. This is from a broad cross-section of folks around the state, some of whom were pretty sophisticated about the topic, and many of whom were not. And so this reflects, I think, a fairly I'm not going to say in a scientific sense, but sort of the pulse of folks who are concerned about this topic, who are the ones that took the time to accept our invitation to give input, as well as those who took the time to complete the Granite State Poll, which is a stratified random sample in their pool, their Granite State pool. So that's what it is. And then we combine that then with the findings that we received from expert testimony and from the AAR report. And our own analysis. So having said that, we'll go to the adequacy and distribution work group report next. And I'll probably ask Jay to kind of talk us through that. But for some reason, again, I had these all queued up a minute ago on my screen and then they went away. Here we go. Crap. Bear with me, thanks. Here we go. So we've now, at the top of this document, tried to organize findings and recommendations. Jay, do you want me to talk through this, or do you want to? I mean, it's.
You know, I think before we go through the findings and recommendations, can we go through the other part of the report?
Sure, yeah. And then,
to reflect that, you know, we've taken into account what people said the other day. And then we can come back, because the findings and recommendations are a very recent thought of how to take what we had as the statements on adequacy and distribution.
let me just blow this up a little bit for folks, make it easier to see. So yeah, I think many of you are familiar with this document and the wording in it. Beginning with the definition. I don't believe much substantively has changed here. The highlighted material in here is some text that we need some clarification on, or just we want to make sure it's the right wording. Jay, do you want to have some commentary on these sections?
So I can, if you go back a little bit, just notice that on the second line at the end, to achieve a comparable level of educational performance, that was a comment that we received the other day.
Yeah.
The italics is the same. The reference to the commission has applied the performance outcomes described in 193 E3. So we just gave a context to where these three indicators find their place in statute. Because the statute refers to performance-based definitions, that's why the final sentence there uses the term performance-based definitions. And so we've got both terms being used. Remember the conversation that we had last Friday was that we've got performance outcomes, and then sometimes we're referring to performance and to outcomes. And so this is trying to take those two words and sort them out with different meanings. All right. So the next paragraph is about not tweaking the definition of adequacy, and someone might say the opportunity for an adequate education. Up on the top there, just finding, just reading through this, and maybe you remember we had a past conversation about how important it was that we have a consistency of how we're referring to adequate education.
I will, as I'm doing this, as I reread 193 and other sections, sometimes there is reference to an opportunity for an adequate education, and sometimes it simply says an adequate education. Obviously, this commission gets to use whatever words it likes, it chooses.
I think Jay is on to an important distinction here, and it's actually one that I think Rick Ladd has been strong on as well. That it is the noun is, well, it is an opportunity.
Drop the reference in this, thus it's an important question, not what class size might be or number of administrators. Just found a more, excuse me, a more general way. Wow. You notice how dry your throat is getting with the heat turning on more often? I am. Anyway, I took out the reference to the library because there really is no library cost in the current.
Right, correct. Yeah.
So, and yeah, to produce outcomes. So we specify that. Now we get to these last two paragraphs, and this is where there were comments the other day. How redundant and necessary are these, both of these paragraphs? So we deleted the final paragraph that was here before. And I just asked folks to take a look at this.
We did leave in this one sentence I just highlighted.
Yes, that's right.
But we took out the rest of that paragraph that referenced judicial review. Keep going.
Just a quick question, Bruce.
Yeah.
Just, I was wondering if you could comment on outcomes-based definition and performance-based definition.
Jay, I'll turn it to you. It's not, again, the statutes on the accountability sections of the statutes currently reference performance, and school performance and school accountability is the language in those statutes. Our outcomes-based ECM model uses that language, outcomes-based. And sometimes the statutes, I'm pretty sure, also reference student outcomes. So we'll try to be as disciplined as we can when we use these terms. And so Dave, good question, but I don't.
Well, like in this paragraph, do they mean different things or the same thing?
I don't have a good, Jay, I'll let you answer that. One way, I will say one way I think about this, again, referencing back to the accountability standards, is there seems to be generally a reference towards how schools perform, that is school performance in achieving goals like graduation rates, providing an adequate education, meeting standards, delivering a curriculum, and so on. So there's something about the ways in which schools and school districts perform, and then there's something about what that leads to in terms of student outcomes. So what happens with what students graduate with based on school performance is the distinction that I might make, but I don't know if that's a distinction that's useful or meaningful to others.
Well, I'd like to suggest that sorry to interrupt, that outcome is a part of performance. So performance includes outcome, and you just need to write that bridge in the language here, and you should be okay.
I want to make the distinction in the final paragraph. I don't know that the yellowed part is really adding much to that definition up there on performance. But the point that I think is worthy of conversation is the last sentence. And it says this performance-based definition will facilitate judicial review. I think it is the outcome-based definition. And Bill, I think you need to help comment on this, but I think the thing that you and I have agreed on with this is that the latest court arguing by the Attorney General's office is that there needs to be the demonstration of something different, something that's of difference for one student versus another student. I don't think it's their performance. I think it's the educational outcomes that's of difference. And that would facilitate the judicial review. And that I think is worth making a change on.
Well, yeah, and in fact, in this paragraph, we've used outcomes-based twice, and then we switch over to performance-based, and that's not consistent.
I think if you stay with school performance and student outcomes and avoid the word standards. I mean, standard as an adjective is fine, meaning common, but when you get into the word standards, it mixes it up with other kinds of education language. So when I look at that last paragraph, you know, establishing standard outcomes enables consistent and timely assessment of district performance. That makes sense to me. But I would get rid of some of those other words because that's when it starts to kind of get circular.
Yeah, I get it, because there's a reference here to standard means to measure. So that is what, you know, what are the criteria? What are the metrics? What are the methodologies? That's different from.
It's totally different. Yeah. And get that out of there.
So it's
the clause.
Establishing outcomes-based standards. Say it again, Chris.
No. Establishing standard outcomes enables consistent and timely assessment of relative district performance.
Yeah, establishes, right?
Yeah.
Standard-based outcomes.
They're not standard-based outcomes.
Okay.
They are outcomes because standard-based has a particular meaning in education.
Okay.
Oops. Now we got some wording. Establishing standard outcomes-based.
No, establishing standard outcomes enables, get rid of all that, enables consistent and timely assessment of relative district performance, period. So that you just, you know, don't put all those extra words in there.
Yeah, but mostly
standard outcomes.
I'm a word an editorial issue here with using that establishing in there twice, but we can fix that later.
Oh yeah.
Leads to consistent and timely assessment, right? Establishing standard outcomes.
Sure.
Leads to.
I think she said enables or something.
Well, you've got enables, but whatever.
Enables is gone. Okay, we fixed it. All right. But maybe some, okay. So maybe we don't even need this explanation down here.
Do we want to get rid of the against those standards at the end of that sentence?
Yes,
consistent and timely assessment of relative district performance, period.
Period, right.
Good, thank you. I'm usually quite averse to wordsmithing with 17 people online, but actually this is really helpful. It does make it better.
And for the next sentence, I think we have to say judicial review of what if we keep it. You know, it's judicial review of the system of funding education in New Hampshire. It's not judicial review of schools or performance or.
I think, you know, this notion begins with constitutional adequacy at the top. I think, is that what we're doing?
Yes.
It is just, this is Bill, it's judicial review of the performance by the state of its constitutional duty. That's what is meant by it. And the beneficiary of that, the maybe a student, maybe a family, maybe a district, but it's a facilitate judicial review of the duty of the state. And it's not really, Chris, I think of the system, although that's a similar thing, but from a legal perspective, it's of the performance of the duty.
Sure.
And just a little bit of clarification, but I think it's a question. Well, I think it's what Bill just said. It's the duty of the state as opposed to the duty of a an individual school district, because this is about student equity when students are in different districts, right?
Yeah, I mean, if the state's duty is to provide an opportunity for a constitutionally adequate education everywhere throughout the state. This was Iris's good point about the second sentence that has been deleted. And so I think that the suggestion that Chris is driving to with that additional language helps out further and makes it focus, it's on the state duty, because the duty is in fact on the state.
Yeah, so we can clarify, I think it's tighter if it says judicial review of the constitutional duty of the state.
And Bill, is it because an outcomes-based definition is measurable, and wasn't one of the questions in the Supreme Court hearing about harm?
That's exactly right, Dave. You're dead on. It is harder to deal with evidence to prove whether the duty has been performed properly or not using input measures. Whereas output measures facilitate, an examination. Some of the other language points to that. And in my view, as one member, output measures, has the question better aligned. How do you tell whether the state is performing its constitutional duty? Well, one way would be to see whether students in a particular district are hitting an output target that has been identified by the legislature as a standard. And Jay, I understand what you said, that what you review, and this is just picky, is not necessarily the constitutional duty. What you review is the performance of the duty, whether it's sufficient or not. And so I just offer that up, Jay, to your comment on this one. And the only reason I'm blathering is because I think I was a source for this saying.
You were at one time. We've changed it now.
I like it better.
Yeah, it's better.
Hey, Dave. When I'm looking at statute, and we use performance and we use outcome in statute, every school district's required to deliver an adequate education. Now, how do we get an understanding that they're performing the way they should? Well, we have a set of indicators within adequacy. These indicators are how students are performing. Now, in reading directly from this inadequacy, says the Department of Education shall, from the annual report, and have the access to data solely to conduct studies, track and report annual and longitudinal pupil outcomes.
Yeah.
So it's from these indicators that give the department through the annual report a measure of performance when they take and combine that all into an outcome report. So performance and outcome, performance is the precursor to the outcome.
Yep. Yeah. I'll
And Rick, hold that thought too for when we, a little later in the meeting, we're going to need to talk about accountability further. And I think you've hit on a really good point, which you've done before.
Yeah, Val.
Yeah, if you just go back up, I guess this thing's sort of been bugging me for a while here, and that is we talk about outcomes, and we're not going to define what class size might be and all that sort of stuff. But yet, to me, one of the first questions is going to be, well, if it costs us $17,000 per student to get the outcome, what are the inputs to get the $17,000? And we haven't shown anywhere what adds up to get 17. Otherwise, it's just a bucket of $17,000 and you can spend it any way you want. I mean, I don't see anywhere in here where we're trying to tie, what the school districts are spending and actually define, by category, salaries, whatever the case may be, what adds up to $17,000.
Dave, could I try that when he's ready?
Go ahead.
No, I love the question. I love it, Val. The issue is the 17 is a prediction of the amount of total spending that is predicted to be necessary to allow the district to provide that opportunity. So the district, acting through local control mechanisms, may decide to spend the 17 in a particular way. Another district might decide in a different way. We have made a decision as a state generally to support local district decision-making subject to some broad parameters. So we are not, in fact, in this proposal, as I understand it, saying that we have to break down the 17 and say, you got to spend $2,232 on technology equipment. You have to spend $4,350 on teachers with masters. You have to, that is antithetical to the general principle of delegating decision-making authority to local government units.
Right.
And
But
so
I'm not saying that we should be telling them what to spend, but someone's going to ask, well, what makes up $17,000? And we can go back and say, well, the average student teacher salary is X. The average student, the teacher ratio is Y. The average superintendent is Z. And you add all that stuff up, it should end up at around $17,000 because we're talking about averages. So I think we need to provide some, I'll call it the Rosetta Stone, between the existing system of defined inputs and the perspective that it's the outcome that matters. And there's got to be some way to tie the two together. And I'm not saying that we define the relative amount on each category, but if we go back to the original categories, in the 2008, student to teacher ratio of 30-1. Well, the average student to teacher ratio as executed among school districts is like 13-1. So we say, okay, well, the categories were reasonable, but the amount that was defined as to be spent by the category is not being reflected in what school districts are actually doing. And if you show what they're actually doing and you add all those things up, do you get to 17,000 or something close to that?
Yeah, so Val, I think you're making a good point. We've got to do it someplace. I don't know if in this, it rises to the same level of everything that's in this, but so let me just try for a second. What Iris has consistently said is that the input and outcome based model include the same thing. It just gets to a different
I raised my hand to say that. It's all a circle.
And so I think we can make that link. In fact, there's something about the current method of allocation and what we're proposing that has comparability. And so I think relative to how those average costs are arrived at.
It has comparability for some. I mean, it's a slippery slope here. There's comparability, and if you remember in the AIR report, they did identify districts that are kind of average, at the average level of performance and the average amount that they're spending. It might be true for those districts, and those might be ones you could look at. But, by the very nature of what AIR found, for a small district, the costs are going to be different, right? Because the ratios are different. And for districts that have high needs and need extra kinds or different staff or ESL teachers or whatever, the costs are going to be different. So I think it trying to make them equate is kind of problematic for what the model is that we've chosen.
Yep.
Yeah, and I do anticipate probably in some higher level introductory sections of the final report, we will note what the current average per pupil spending is across the state at roughly 17,000, as well as what the average student outcomes are across the state. So Val, your point about what's the crosswalk or what's the link between what we currently spend on a per pupil on average across the whole state and where the commission is landing and where the IAR report is landing, that is that's a valid point, and Chris's is as well, that it's a little bit of apples and oranges here to make that direct linkage. So I guess I'm simply saying that I recognize that, Val, we do need to ground our recommendations and the report in what are we currently doing. The problem with the averages is that all that tells you is what X number of local school districts and towns have decided to spend on X number of pupils. You mush it all together and you got a statewide average.
Right.
That varies tremendously across the state. Yeah, Dave.
Right. And we've said all along, let's be careful about using averages. And I think certainly the work that AIR did in this evaluation looks at aggregate costs by district, through their member municipalities, and it's the aggregate cost for all of those students in Manchester compared to the aggregate cost of all those students in Bedford or Hollis or wherever, and nobody's really right at $7,800, but I mean I think that number is basically the total state spend, state sources, local sources, divided by 168,000 students, gets you about $17,000. So it's what we're spending now on average. Chris made a comment and referred back to the AIR report, and I was just looking at that too. And I wonder if there might be some reference we might be able to lift there when talking about the methodology for the cost analysis.
Which comes in the next paragraph, but we can.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Dave, I'd like to just echo some support for what Val had to say. I think there's got to be better linkage between where we're going and what we're looking for in terms of performance and outcome, and those inputs which are necessary that we had included at one time in that bold base. There's got to be a linkage.
In the what, Rick?
Between the output, the performance and the outcome that we're looking for. There is definitely a link with inputs. And if we just neglect to try to define those inputs, I think we're going to have a very difficult time explaining to the public and in the legislature.
So just for clarification, Rick, can you just give an example of that so that it's really clear?
Well, I think that there was one that was described by Val. He mentioned the pupil teacher ratio, or somebody did just recently here.
I did, yeah.
Whether it's 25-1 K through 2 or 30-1, you have districts that are all over the board in this, and they're all over the board simply because some districts don't even have 25 kids in kindergarten or in a classroom. It might be 12 or 10. But to do this effectively, I think we've got to really try to say, so we're costing out this education based upon our performance, but also on inputs which then contribute to performance. And that is, perhaps it's not a 25-1, perhaps it's a 21 and a 25-1, depending upon your grade levels. We haven't discussed that at all. And I think that we're missing something by not doing that.
But I don't see how it becomes, how it can possibly be any one of those, because you're trying to apply a one size fits all approach to school funding, which is really student centered and focused on the different characteristics of the students and the communities served by the district.
We're talking about what it costs for that general education student, not the one that has exceptional needs or those needs in those categories which we've referenced and given weighted funding to.
What number are you pointing to?
Well, you know, you're talking about special education, you're talking about English language learners, you're talking about free and reduced students. They have a weighted formula, or in this formula, also small schools enrollment. That builds upon that element that we're talking about in the inputs.
Yeah, and if I might, Rick, I've highlighted on the screen the language in this draft. The commission is not making any recommendations about the definition of an opportunity for an adequate education as defined in existing statutes. And then it goes on the enumeration of skills, knowledge, dispositions. We could also easily add in here language that we recognize that DOE also sets standards for class size, for teacher qualifications, for the requirement for a technology expert in each school, for building standards, et cetera. We're not setting aside those inputs, those resources that schools need to run their operations and to give kids an education.
I'd like to speak to that. Bruce, that's very helpful. And I think that first line of this paragraph is misleading. It suggests that we're not recommending what exists in statute. You can read it that way, and that's not the idea at all.
Yeah.
We're not making any recommendations to change the definition of adequate, an opportunity for an adequate education.
Dick, you were right. You were right just before. It's about an adequate education. I take back what I said about an opportunity for it.
Okay, that's fine.
You were right. You're right.
Make that change, and then don't say is making no recommendations, because I think we are. We're saying we'll retain the existing statutes regarding an adequate education.
Oh, okay. So no recommendations to change.
And then down below where you say, thus the important question for determining the cost of providing an opportunity for an adequate education is, and then you go into, it's not the details, it's the outcome. That makes sense to you?
Just taking some notes here, just come back to this, fix it later.
I was trying to work on Val's point and see in the conversation that it teed up. Outcomes requires spending on things similar to the current input model, but the amounts need to be based on student needs and community characteristics.
Yeah.
Val, does that help?
I mean, I think, we're
The input
you're not trying to tear down everything that's in existence in terms of inputs required for an adequate education. I think what we're saying is when you look at all of those inputs under the current level of expenditure across the state, it's averaging $17,000 per student. And if that's going to be the level of what's required for adequacy, that's a lot different than the dollar amount that's currently, in the input model. And we have, if you go to the DOE website, they have all the statistics about average class sizes, average teacher salaries, average superintendent salaries, all those averages can be added up and say, well, all these things add up to X thousands of dollars, some contribution towards that total. And there are other things that are not included in the DOE data collection that make up the difference. And in the AIR model, you've got, sort of a $5,000 pot of, unexplained, overhead that is the where the intercept is on the y-axis. So, you add all those things up, you should come up to 17. At least that way you can say, okay, here's how the money's being spent now. On average, obviously there are districts that spend more, districts that spend less, and you can correlate their performance and their outcomes based on what they're spending, and they can then see that the difference in their teacher salaries versus the average, or their outcomes versus the average. It's not that we're advocating input dollars, but if we're basing the AIR analysis on what's being spent, then we should be able to show the inputs that add up to what's being spent. I mean, if I were, seeing this as a legislator, maybe I look at it as a manufacturer, and I look at my costs. I want to know what makes up those costs and where I can make changes or improvements to, change those costs to get the same output. I mean, I do that all the time, as all manufacturers do. We're always looking at quality and how we can get it differently. And if you don't break it down into the details, at least again from my thought process, we leave a big hole here for people to argue against what we're saying, which is not, I don't think what we're trying to do.
Jay,
Yeah.
I think the statement that you just read to us, where you were trying to create a bridge statement, isn't really it, because the two things you cited, something about, diversified funding, I can't remember the words you used. Those were also true of the input model because it had weights. So, what you said that I had earlier in our conversations referred to this as circular, because you could start with the outcomes, but in the end, what you're funding are the inputs. And I'm not sure how you make that connection given the way the outcome measures determine the level of funding. Because it's part of my continuing struggle with how this average outcomes evolves over time as school districts position versus the current average changes. I still have a hard time wrapping my head around that. But in the end, you are funding the inputs, and how you explain the level at which you do that, do you explain it for the average 17,000, or do you explain it on a district by district basis?
That's a great question. And I think we are explaining it we are suggesting it needs to be done on a district by district basis. That there
so
is
that there's not really a need to explain the average.
But there, say that again.
Is there then a need to explain the average? I mean, you've explained where the 17 comes from in terms of the weights.
Right.
And what you're left with after you take back the weights is this base of 5,000 something.
Yeah.
So I suppose you can then go back and say, well, what's in that base? But I don't know if you need to do that if you're really just trying to say that what's important are the other parts of it. The way
You're exactly right, Iris. It's that base plus the weights that very closely correlate to the step one creation of the estimated costs, aggregated costs for each school district.
But we are trying to use the outcomes to arrive at what a school needs to spend on average for its students, as opposed to starting with statewide averages and distributing that way.
Right.
Right.
That was the step one part of the process.
And that's,
Right.
The step two part of the process is how do we recreate those numbers based on something that doesn't require a full regression analysis and tear down of costs, and that was the enrollment plus weights.
And just one other comment to either confuse things or clarify, who knows. The 17 number that we've been using in this discussion comes from the current average per pupil expenditure across the state. If you use the AIR regression model with a base per pupil cost, that's simply an artifact of all the other expenses as well, with the weights attached to them. The actual costs by district are going to range from around $12,000 per pupil to around $30,000 per pupil, using the outcomes-based regression, or in other words, step two, that AAR has proposed when weights are applied. So some districts with very few kids with additional educational needs and have very few kids who, or their enrollment size is relatively large. They've got low ELL, they've got low special education, they have low free and reduced lunch. They're going to be down at the lower end of that. And then those districts will, of course, decide what they actually want to spend on their kids per pupil through their town meeting process and allocating their local property tax. Other districts with high numbers of kids with educational needs and with small school sizes are going to be up there in that $30,000 per pupil range. But let's not average the averages. Again,
Right.
that 17,000 number is currently what's being spent, back to Val's point, and there are lots of inputs, to Iris's point, going into what's currently being spent. And we're not throwing any of those out. We're not suggesting any change in perhaps how that number is calculated either. We're simply trying to find what does it take an individual district to spend per pupil, given the characteristics of both the students and the community that the students are in. Does that help or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does it help to say that inputs are a minimum framework? They're just a minimum framework, just like the model that we're using is a framework to begin to establish some really broad parameters. The difference of what it's going to take to improve achievement is not found in the inputs.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have to have that minimum funding,
Yeah.
but it's not found in the inputs. Otherwise, education wouldn't be as complicated. Those are just the minimum frameworks setting things out. And then how you play with the variables in that framework, I do think it's useful, and this is not this commission's work, but I think an evaluation study would be useful of some of the districts that we've seen that are spending close to average and have great outcomes. I think that would be a very useful thing to accompany such a report so that it showed the variation.
I think that you are trying to equalize inputs in order to equalize outcomes.
Except that for different characteristics of students, you need different kinds of inputs. You're not trying to make the input the same.
But that's what helps to equalize outcomes.
Right. It's not equalizing the same kind of or level of input because you need different kinds of inputs if you have higher needs.
Yes, but you're trying to equalize between districts their ability to fund inputs that will help achieve outcomes.
Right, funding the input, not the input itself. Right.
Yes.
Right. So doing a little bit of a time check here.
Yeah, so a lot of this discussion that we're just having, I think really fits into this next.
But before you go on to the next portion, there's an area which is just going to stir people. And that's where it says the numeration, the skills, knowledge, and dispositions. We have not used the word disposition within education law. There are work study practices. And we went through a whole session debating this issue. I don't care to go there again.
Yeah.
You won't.
Thank you, Rick. I agreed with you. I didn't know what to do with that word.
Yeah, we have work study practices as defined in the school performance section of law.
I'll take responsibility for that silly word.
Okay. So next section. I think this is the one that we have worked on in accepting the cost model.
Yeah, this is old language now, it's familiar language at least, yeah.
Yeah. So I think we can move past that.
And then, yeah, so, and then we tweaked some of this language based on our last discussion. I think there's a categorical aid. I don't think there are any changes there. Building aid, we still have this open question about whether we want to be more specific or what we want to say about that award range. We've not had a chance to have much of a discussion about that.
I have a real concern with the return to a 20-year distribution design. If you're talking about continuing instead of the 80% up front, I think that's what we're talking about. When for a poorer district, this is going to make it more difficult to get a bond passed if you can't go to the crowd like I did here in Woodsville for the first time and got over a 2/3 vote. We made it because of an 80% up front. You take that away from the weaker districts, and we're doing it only because we're trying to spread $50 million around the package a little bit more, but it will have its consequences.
Yeah, I took that as actually a suggestion offered by the department that would extend the program to support more projects. And we know that projects are backing up right now. I think the point that Bruce has highlighted there, we didn't have any testimony on that. It was just a suggestion based on the fact that we see, I think, greater variance in fiscal capacity than 30% to 60%. So some districts would get double what other districts might get in terms of a grant. Certainly fiscal capacity varies by more than a factor of 2 across districts in the state. I think we've seen examples where fiscal capacity can be even greater than a factor of 10. I think that might be too granular to go in this, but maybe a factor of 4, 20 to 80 might spread the wealth a little more equitably to different projects. Because excuse me, I think I've got Jay's dry throat issue coming on, but there are districts that have, I think, a lot of limitations in terms of their resources that with an 80% project grant, that 80% distributed over 20 years is going to be very, very meaningful to those districts. And there's other districts that obviously have substantially more resources than that, and maybe a 20% grant to those shows that the state is interested in assisting them as well.
So I guess trying to take the pulse here and get the sense of the group is that is Dave's argument for a 4-fold range acceptable? Do we need more work on this? Do we need not to even go there?
It's not to increase the total program size. It's just to provide a little bit more range, given the fact that we've got a lot of range when it comes to local resources.
I assume those of you who've studied the facilities know this, but is there data to kind of back up? And I assume this would be true, that the facilities, the greatest needs are in those with the most severe, the lowest equalized valuation? I mean, there's backup for this, I assume, too.
I mean, we've got backup in terms of a backlog of projects, and we've got information that sort of lays out what the average when schools were built, what the average time between renovations, stuff like that.
Dave, can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
To me, I don't really feel that what we write down in terms of constraints in the building aid program or the CTE program or the special education program is going to really govern the future debate in the legislature about how that gets structured. But the key point for me is that I think I heard members of the adequacy work group say that building aid, a state building aid program, state special education aid program, state program supporting the growth of a CTE program comprehensively, they're vitally important to the state's obligation to fulfill its duty to provide a good education to students, and that it shouldn't be forgotten. Just the fact that we're talking about a formula program should not be viewed as diminishing these three key programs that are listed here. And to me, if we over worry about what the composition of the details, we're never going to get there, because that's like what committees and legislatures do. I think our point is that this stuff really matters, and we considered it to be part of our state's duty. And it should be considered as part of vital state budget support to build the public education system. That's how I'm reading this. I'm not going to get lost in these details. That's for people at DOE, the agency, and the legislature to worry about.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that.
Iris.
Yeah, I agree. I think the statement is just too detailed. You can make the point with a much broader statement. But somebody used the phrase share the wealth. I think the problem with building aid is there is no wealth to share. And there has been absolutely nothing for 10 years. So I think we need to be more forceful. This backup in projects is certainly worse in communities that can't afford to pay the bill themselves without the aid, but it's statewide and it's very deep, especially with relation to unhealthy facilities. So I would like to see us be stronger in the third bullet, and encourage much greater spending to alleviate the severe backup. Because with only $50 million a year, it's going to take a whole long time to get those unhealthy facilities up to speed. And I think that comment I just made, when we get to it, I'd like to go back up to findings and add one about building aid being insufficient. And add to the fourth recommendation that in addition to restoring a previous distribution process, they also just generally increase the availability of funding.
So let's be sure when we get back to the top of the document, we'll be looking at each of those more closely. Also, just a quick reminder that these bullet points are drawn from the fuller briefs that address each of these categorical programs that are also going to be included. Those briefs will be a part of the final report. I don't know if any of the authors of this building aid brief, I think that was, I can't remember, Val? Jen?
Rick and I did that.
Okay, okay, all right, the two of you. So, so Dave and Rick, we can modify these bullets down here. Again, there may be something in the fuller brief that you wrote that might explain, provide some explanation here. but these are just the top line summaries of what's in that larger.
Yeah, I mean, we included a lot of what Amy, you know, brought to the commission in terms of project backlog and what it's looking like going into FY22. I don't have any problem with what Iris suggests in terms of the second bullet. I mean, basically, it's expanding the award range to be more reflective of the resource variation
There you go.
across
That's
districts.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
great
I mean, you know, but it's, and if it still ends up at 30-60, I mean, if the legislature left it there and didn't consider expanding it because they didn't know to consider expanding it, then I don't think we did our job at least bringing it forward.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm a little confused where we're ending. I thought that the general thought was that the first two principles are going to be guided by some future legislative language, and that the principle that we're trying to aim at is
Jay, we lost you. You're muted.
We lost Jay.
Can't get your audio, Jay.
Yeah. Nope.
No, still not there.
don't know what to say.
Jay, we're not picking up your audio.
Well, now you are. Now we are. We just heard you say.
All right, now we got it. Yeah, now you're back.
I thought I did this. I thought I was hearing that the first two bullets are more aptly summarized by stating that the commission's concerned about the backup of projects and its effect on the quality of education and student outcomes.
You know, I think you could put that in there, but I like, you know, I think having the bullets having some more concrete, actionable.
Yeah, I like the tying to student outcomes. In fact, I was thinking when I mentioned that I'd like to get back to findings and add a fourth one about building aid, I think we should say that we have a finding that inadequate school facilities are bad for student outcomes.
Do we have that finding?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we do. Rick, you introduced that.
There's a lot that we have in that report that I sent on to you, Dave. We do know that the achievement levels of kids in new buildings can range anywhere from 7% to 15% higher in reading and mathematics than in other schools. That's just one data point. There's numerous there which we could bring in from that report and put in this. The number two and number one bullets bother me a little bit. I think we need to change the award range. Yes, based on equalized valuation per pupil. It's one way. I don't know if we know we're at 30 to 60% now. There's an alternative way of forming two where you get another 5% per school district that's in your organization. But I think it's a very complex issue for us to make that decision based upon, our tagging together there for about 2 or 3 hours isn't going to slice it. I think we need to be a little bit more general on that one. And one other comment while I've got the horn here is that the 1, 2, 3, 4th bullet dealing with health, safety, accessibility, security is a vital one in today's age. Safety is a lot of issues dealing with safety in the building. Access is definitely that of IDEA, trying to get from one level to another, having an elevator in the building or a way for a parent to get in the building that's in a wheelchair. But security in working and chairing that commission, which we had, the infrastructure commission, where we had the $30 million, Perry Plummer was very active in saying that, yes, this is going to help, but we didn't really do the job. the new buildings come in with a security mode. They have people trained to architects to build these things properly. The old buildings were not built with that in mind. And we have still those buildings that need that support. Security, and I'd add the word security in there somewhere.
Well, you're the author of this section, so.
So safety and security. And
No,
if we're gonna,
That's good.
yeah, since we're adding something here, accessibility and UDL.
Universal design of learning.
Yep.
See, our list that we have, where a school district can get up to 250 points in the application lists a lot of this stuff within it. As of this point, safety is the one that raises above everything else, but we're expanding that definition, hopefully, to include some of these here. I wouldn't want to go tearing into things like curriculum and all that right now, science labs and all that. That's not as important as these items are.
Okay, I think we have that. Bruce, I'm trying to help out by accelerating us. I think we got a lot of input on this one.
Special education is, there's a fair amount of sort of clarification and some elaboration here provided by the authors of the brief. In response to questions raised the last time that this was looked at. So I hope there's clarification here. And again, I'm paying a little bit of attention to time. We want to go back to the top and look at the overall findings and recommendations so we can move on to fiscal policy. Yeah, and we'll take a 5-minute break in between adequacy and fiscal policy.
Yeah.
Well, if we're going to go back up to the top, then I'd like to get a building aid statement in as find number 4.
We're going to get up there as soon as Jay says that. Yeah,
oh, sorry. I thought you said we were moving there.
No, we'll get
along.
Special ed and early childhood and charter schools down here. So
special education and early childhood are essentially they're a little bit tweaked, but they're essentially. Yeah. I think the important one to get feedback from you on is the public chartered school statement here.
Jay, can you go back to the special ed first? We just rolled down over bullet number 3, which I have a problem with. Yes, it's the one where we're talking about the 3.5. You have to pay the first 3.5 times the average cost of a child before you're going to get any help from the state. Now, if I'm in one of those districts that I heard Bruce talk about, the costs of an education can be as much as $30,000 a kid. If I have to pay the first 3.5 times $30,000 before I get state help, I'm going to have to pay $105,000 for a CAT aid student.
Isn't it 3.5 times the average?
The state average.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what is the state average then?
Well, I think most of us have been thinking it's $16,000, at least the way that it was calculated in the last year.
Oh, so we're going to take the average of the average, as Bruce has mentioned earlier today?
That's the way the current statute is written. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we do have down at the bottom that changes to existing catastrophic aid, and I think maybe we decided at one point we weren't going to use the word catastrophic, but
yeah, that should be changed.
But the categorical aid, no,
you made a special education aid, Bruce.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you. Good.
What I've had to do lately, when I do that, I have to say special education aid, and then in parentheses, I put CAT aid. So
Yeah,
people,
I know it's
most people.
It's not easy.
yeah.
but we are consistent in having call it special education aid underneath the heading of categorical aid.
Right.
We tried to capitalize it in most places just to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the important part, the important thing in that last bullet though, is that if we're going to look at doing something like going from 3.5 to 2.5, that we do that in conjunction with a recalibration of the estimated cost model, because you'd have to pull out all of those dollars between 2.5 and 3.5.
Good point. Well, we don't need to go there.
Well, I'm
We-
just,
do we even need this? Just
well, I mean, it applies to any of the categorical programs. If
Yeah,
all of a sudden we're going to be eating into stuff that's in the estimated cost model, then the ECM has to be recalibrated or recalculated, sorry.
Yeah, so that general statement needs to go in the report someplace.
agree.
Thanks.
Yeah, because, that could happen 6 years from now. Somebody changes a categorical aid program without recalculating the ECM.
Yep. Which, maybe this last statement better made in that more general statement that Bruce just suggested.
Yeah, so as Dave just said, that statement applies to all forms of categorical aid.
Yep.
Okay, chartered schools.
Chartered schools.
I thought you did a really nice job capturing our discussion.
Credit goes to Jay. Well, good. In that case, we can go up to findings if we're ready.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Hang on, I'll make you sick. Okay.
Oh, wait, there's more there than in the copy I got.
I sent this revised version, I'm sorry, but it was about 1240 or 45 or something.
No, that's when I don't know. Oh, boy, I haven't seen this.
It was a 1220. Okay.
1220, okay.
1227 or something like that.
Yeah, but
I don't like that first sentence at all.
I don't like it either. I
sure don't like it.
Well, come on, Iris, you did it.
No, Iris didn't write this.
I would like to combine the first two sentences into something that says, like the existing input-based formula for costing an adequate education resulting in the current level of base adequacy aid does not represent an accurate or justifiable cost of providing an opportunity for an adequate education.
Well, why are we only citing the base cost? Why are we not citing the average cost or the average? Because we do that in the other methodology. We don't just talk about that base.
Jay, do we have to comment like this on the current state? Because I can just see this comment being misconstrued about offering some kind of legal opinion in the context of current litigation.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the word.
So,
I mean, the real point in this is about the tendency, and I know I'm on my screen, I've got Iris and Rick on my top layer, and but we focused on supporting an output approach to determining the value of an adequate education. And I don't know that we have to really comment so much, like to come to a conclusion about what the state of play is in the current law. What we can say is that current law has produced a very bad distribution of total resources among districts, and that is supported by the AIR report.
Well, Bill, for what it's worth, our statute certainly asks us to address specifically the current school funding formula.
Yeah.
The subparagraph B is determine whether the New Hampshire school funding formula complies with court decisions and so forth. So it's right there. I mean, it's,
And I
we
think in a
can, we
way,
can duck it, but it's definitely a question that's asked of us.
I agree. I think in a way we have answered that by talking about a leaning towards the output approach in the AIR model. That doesn't answer the question that Iris and Rick have raised about whether an output approach makes any sense at all.
I think that, you know, in looking at the 2008 formula, which Iris was definitely a part of, you have the base and you have differentiated aid. That's adequacy. Then there was a grant within, which was fiscal capacity disparity aid, which might be similar to what some have talked about as equalized property valuation per pupil. That grant was based upon medium income and property in the lower quartiles, or less than half of the medium income average. So I think that when we're talking about adequacy, adequacy is just not that base, 3709. It includes the differentiated aid that you also receive.
Well, Rick, the LBA in calculating education grants does call that figure base aid.
Base adequacy.
Well, they call it base aid here in this, the fiscal brief.
I don't know why they're calling it that, because the legislature has never said base aid.
Yeah,
It's
good point.
base adequacy, and there is another part of adequacy, which was supported when this formula went in effect in 2008 by everybody, that we needed to help those students that had those exception or educational needs. And we've since then added in one small category, the reading, for third graders that don't receive the other three areas. So I think we got to be careful that we, you know, it's a formula that we've had. I don't think it's ever really worked, because we've chipped away and taken away some of the components which really helped the districts that are in disparity and inequity issues. We took that fiscal capacity aid away. And
well, that's why I like Bill's statement. Bill had an interesting statement about, I don't know, what was it, Bill? Something about how it's currently funded is no good. It was basically the message.
Yeah, I mean, my focus is that the current formula, and current spending fails to direct and focus state budget support to districts that are determined to have the greatest need, thereby, you know, resulting in a regressive distribution of resources. To me, the problem.
I'm not sure I'd say it completely fails to. It doesn't completely fail to. It tries to. It's just been weak. It's weakened. The current
I'm good with
spending.
Iris, I agree. What I'm talking about is, if we have to say what is the single greatest problem we've discovered with New Hampshire's public school system, it is the graph that AIR produced that showed that we have the most regressive distribution of total spending resources. And so the question is, how do we fix that problem? And I think the current formula doesn't fix the problem. That's easy. And then the question is, what policy options are available to fix that problem?
How do you know the current formula wouldn't do it if we funded the current formula, the 2008 model, the way it was designed?
You know, I'm looking at it right now in the FY19 CAFR, and Rick, which only goes back a decade, so it goes back to 2010, which actually has the fiscal disparity grant in it of in 2010 almost $40 million, and in 2011 of $51 million.
Yeah, but that was with the collar.
Yeah, and then what happens is those disappear and get folded into the adequate education grant part 1, which is everything except for the state property tax. So it's actually interesting how in 2010 the total state fund for education was $797 million. That includes almost 40 million in fiscal disparity aid. In 2011, 954 million, includes 51 million in fiscal disparity aid. And then 2012, just a scotch below that, $954 million with only $5 million in fiscal disparity aid, because the rest of it was rolled into the education grant. And then it sort of hovers around $960, $950 million. So it's not like the total grant changed. It was moved. But
Well, we also took out another $100 million as a result of not funding free and reduced levels in schools the way we were doing it with the 2008 formula. Manchester received another 3456 on top of the base because they were over that 40% level.
Well, I don't have that type of granular resolution in the CAFR, but at least the last decade of data doesn't bear out
But those levels,
that there was any precipitous drop in state funding due to a drop in a program.
but that level of spending does not reflect a full implementation of the legislation because it was collared to begin with so that no one could grow their grant or lose their grant, and that became stabilization.
Right. And
so you don't know what the district, to Rick's point, if a collar had never been implemented, if the whole thing had moved forward as passed and gone into effect without being chopped away at, you don't know what that distribution would look like.
Yeah, I've just got a fundamentally different viewpoint of why we ended up where we are today. And Bill, you and I, corresponded a little bit over the weekend on this, because as I was writing up some stuff, I came to the same conclusion you've come to, or a conclusion that you came to a while ago, that our problem really centers on student equity, and of course, and unfortunately, what seems to have been the focus over the last umpteen years isn't on student equity. It's on who pays. Money. Yeah, it's on money. It's on who pays. It's not on student equity.
On saving money.
And honestly, I don't think I looked at the 2008. I watched it from afar. It was definitely motivated by an effort to try and tilt state budget support to communities that are determined to have the greatest need. I think we don't need to criticize the 2008 formula, so to speak, or get into, in my view, a long historical rendering of what happened that we will never finish. But we can say that the current evidence is that there is a failure. Whatever caused it, however it happened, AIR looked at our system and we have the most regressive distribution of total spending. We can say this without condemning the 2008 work or the ABC program or Lynch's program. We've all participated in past efforts. The fact is, our problem is a regressive distribution, and it is not, I don't think we need to opine on what the value
of it. Bruce has got it. If you look at his words, sorry. I think they're going right down the right pathway there.
I should shut up. Bruce, you got it.
Well, I was trying to build on your words earlier, Bill.
Yeah.
Listening to all of what went on in between, which was interesting, but I think I understand the intention of, we don't need to directly critique these numbers or the current formula. We can simply say the finding is that current formula and the way it is distributed simply don't address the need to allocate based on variation.
And that honestly, language covers part 2 too. You don't need to say 2.
You don't need 2 now.
Yeah, we still have a problem statement.
Yes, yeah, that's part of the findings, but I'm fine with Jay. Take this.
I wrote something very similar. So continue forward, and
So we were gonna add, I want to get back here to something about building aid,
The
right?
thing about 2 is that you should finish your thought, Bruce.
No, I'm done.
you-
I'm done. I'm good.
So, I mean, the thing about 2 is that the factors, the weighting factors are very similar to the model that was recommended previously. And I think that is, that those factors are still significant to how to address the inequities in funding between districts.
I have a problem with the part of the statement that says not derived from rational analysis.
Yeah, we don't need to say that.
That's not true.
It's taken out.
We don't need, but we do need to say something about the weights and our
We could
findings.
say that they are significantly lower than needed to address the needs of students. I agree with that, but I don't agree that they were not rationally derived.
And Jay, I don't think we need to differentiate. The fact is the base, and there's no difference in function between base aid and differentiated aid. It is aid that is trying, and we have supplemental aid too, or the stabilization aid. We're trying to direct state budget dollars to communities that are not getting a fair shake under our current system. They all work in the same direction. That's all we're doing. Calling it these labels is running away from function. Function is, I could care less whether we call it differentiated aid, base aid, stabilization aid. What we want to do is focus the aid in a way that moves that graph in a better direction.
Yeah.
You know the graph.
I do. Yeah, no, I get it. I know.
I want to be like Massachusetts.
The progressive slopes, but
I'm going crazy.
Depends which way I'm looking.
I know. A graph for you.
Yeah.
But Jay, I've tucked reference then to the weightings up into that first statement above, so that we capture that that's part of the challenge we're trying to address. And therefore just get rid of it.
I think there might still be a point, but I'm not wanting to continue.
Yeah, we'll come back with a clean copy for Monday and have one more quick round on it on Monday. We did want to say something about building aid here as a finding. I think Iris maybe or Rick had some language to put up here under findings.
Building aid moratoriums left districts.
I think a finding is that what DOE reported to us about the state of our buildings, that the lack of building aid for the last decade has resulted in a backlog of projects and inadequate school facilities. I don't know what adjective to use.
Something like that.
Because not everywhere, but there's a lot of them. So I don't know how you describe that. And a growing number of inadequate school facilities or whatever, unhealthy, whatever you want to describe them. And something about the finding. I'm trying to think this is a finding versus a recommendation. Yeah. Backlog projects, growing number of unhealthy environments for students. And the finding is that these inadequate facilities are detrimental to positive educational outcomes. Or you can turn that around and make it a positive statement.
Okay, we'll tweak it.
Something about the link between bad school facilities and student outcomes. But I think Rick gave it a number.
Well, our achievement in these facilities, new buildings versus old buildings. And by the way, remember the department, Amy mentioned to us that we have over 60% of our buildings are over 50 years old. that means that we've had some that have had some renovations, but many have not. And with that, we have buildings which are in need of what we had in the prior list, reference access, safety, security. They all have these issues which that need be corrected. In order to, and the end result is that achievement has been proven to increase anywhere from 7 to 15% in mathematics and reading based upon the facility.
Yeah, and Bruce, I think the beginning of the sentence, it's not the building aid distribution. I'd say a lack of building aid. There has been no building aid for a decade.
Well, we had 3 projects approved this last year.
Okay.
And then we had 1 project, Hinsdale, the year prior to that, which was an emergency project. Other than that, none.
It's more than significantly reduced. It's almost eliminated.
We'll get it.
Really?
We'll get it. Jay will work, and I'll work on this.
We'll get it. We'll get it.
Let's see, and then this finding.
So this is, this came from Dick Ames, and what I found interesting about this is that while Dick's spent a lot of time thinking about how to fund schools, I thought that his statement showed how far we came in demonstrating the importance of defining the opportunity for an adequate education. And I don't know, Dick, I don't know if you want to say anything more, but I think you picked up 3 important elements that are summary statements.
Yeah, I think I put that together, at a different time against a different set of drafts. But the idea was not to lose track of the minimum standards. I think we talked about that earlier, and that's a part of moving to an outcome-based funding formula and definition of the opportunity for an adequate education. But let's not lose track of the minimum standards. So that was one point, and then the part B was simply picking up on what we've talked about, state average student outcome level being a measure of the opportunity or what we're reaching for, and differentiated student needs. I was just trying to pick up on what were different strands and put them together as a starting point for what I was working on.
Yeah, and I've done the same thing, and I thought your words were, accurately captured.
And this strikes me as a sort of foundational statement. We may want to.
I agree.
The order. We can mess with the order of these, perhaps.
Right. I agree with you, Bruce. I think this is a foundational statement. And thank you, Dick, for doing this, because I think you have captured some of the main things we've been talking about all afternoon. And when we look at letter A, we talk about the state minimum requirement. That's part of our input. So we're all so worried about we're not wanting to lose and all of that. This was excellent. I was thrilled to see this. So thank you for that. And I do see it as a basis foundation. I think it should go up nearer to number 1, because I think that's what we're all about. Well done, Dick.
Iris has her hand up.
Okay.
It's not on this number. I wanted to talk about another one that I thought should be there, so I can wait if you want me to.
I bet it's on early childhood.
Oh, we have a mind meld. Yes.
It shows up in recommendations.
Yes, I know, but I think there should be a finding
Okay.
that something about, we had a statement in the introduction to the ECE report. It was something about the opportunity for a quality early childhood education experience has been documented to result in improved outcomes, especially for low-income children. That's a finding.
Good one.
And that's why we have the recommendation.
Thank you, Iris. I agree with you. It needs to be there.
Thank you. You need to put quality in front of early childhood education.
What?
I'd say leads to documented positive educational and lifetime outcomes. Because there's that piece about
There's
lower
the preschool project. Yeah.
on social safety net.
Yeah, we certainly had testimony to that. Yep.
Great, thank you.
Jane and Dick and Barbara, who worked on special education, didn't want to lose some common element that runs through the number of recommendations that we got. So I think that there does need to be a finding there. If the word here can be improved upon,
yeah,
please offer some.
Thank you.
So you want to hit the recommendations?
And it sounded like
I'd like to strengthen the building aid statement in terms of not only restoring the distribution process, but upping the amount of money available for the program. To more quickly address the backlog and improve safety and educational outcomes.
So is there something around that to provide greater incentives for school districts to take on these projects? I mean, ultimately,
The expanded range does.
I mean, one of the ways I did that was we lowered the percent you needed to pass a school bond issue.
Yes, I did.
Used to be 2/3.
I did that.
No, I know, I did that, yes. And so there are other ways, but I think addressing it by increasing the funding is also important to say.
Yeah, sorry.
But what I'm trying to recognize is that none of these projects happen without local district approval.
Right.
And skin in the game.
And what the state's commitment here leads to is hopefully the communities have greater incentive to proceed with these.
Well, if you give them a greater state share, they'll have greater incentive.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to link the three.
Yeah.
Thoughts.
Right.
So do we need different wording here? Are we okay?
I think we're okay, but if you just note that we ought to give cognizance here to the local districts. We can have all the state policy we want. If local districts don't approve these projects, they'll go.
Right.
Partnership. Locals got to be in. When
You say the carrot needs to be big enough.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree with that, and that's why I put that bullet in there to expand the range. But I think we also put something in there that we feel equally as important. I mean, building aid is essentially a startup. It's like a business startup right now because it hasn't been going on for a decade, and you don't fund a going operation the way you fund a startup. So we got to put some fuel on it right now for startup, but it needs to be evaluated at 3 or 4 or 5 years out to determine what level of fuel needs to be applied as it reaches steady state. So that we don't get ourselves into trouble.
Bill had yep.
I had a possible additional finding to consider. It would read something like, the value of constitutional adequacy should vary significantly among communities and school districts in a manner that is rationally related to helping those communities with the greatest need. And before you write it, I'm not sure everyone agrees, Bruce, with that.
Yeah, and you called it a finding, but we're in the recommendations now. So I assume that's a recommendation?
Yeah, it would be a recommendation.
Yeah. And I lost the thread, so.
It was that the value of constitutional adequacy should vary significantly among communities in a manner that's rationally related to helping the school districts that have the greatest need.
Why do you say constitutional adequacy?
Because I think adequacy is a horrible term that we've been struggling with. You know, we've talked about it as a commission. We know that Massachusetts rejected the term in they used something different, but their court rejected it. I'm using constitutional adequacy to kind of talk about what the state role is in different communities under whatever duty the state has under the Constitution. It can vary. So there have been some people who have said the state has to fund this same amount all the way across the state. I just think that constraint harms our ability to tilt the curve from regressive to progressive. And so this proposed recommendation is a direct hit that it says, I would like to see this tool in the report, because that's how we actually tilt the curve from regressive to progressive.
What do you define as the greatest need?
However it's determined by the legislature. So, you know, that
greatest need
point is well taken. There could be a bunch of different ways to determine it. My standard, Iris, is that graph that AIR produced in its report that showed New Hampshire the most regressive in New England. I feel that we win if we drive state budget support in a manner that makes the curve.
Yeah, we all agree with that.
Bill, you should make that your Zoom avatar.
Yeah.
It is.
It would just be easier.
I agree with that. It'll be in my supplemental statement.
With no offense to your retriever, but.
Yeah.
I just wanted the greatest need to be clear, and if the statement's going to be there. The value.
Be outcome oriented.
However it is, I actually, Iris, you're way better expert, and so is Rick, and all of you have done this than I am. I know what it is in my gut, but I know there's a million ways of defining it. If you tilt the curve, I don't care how you get there.
So I think this is the recommendation section.
Yes.
So being equivocal to the legislature isn't that helpful.
Okay.
I think we should find how to ground this with outcome-based measures or factors that are significantly related to outcomes.
I like that, Jay. It is the graph. Remember that the only graph that had stunning correlation value was Exhibit 14, which had a minus 0.89. That's that free and reduced lunch, higher free and reduced lunch rates had the lowest outcome factor. We got
that. I thought the outcome factor score table that they presented was the most compelling thing. And that's pretty much what this is saying. So I'm good with this.
What about the word significantly? That sounds like another lawyer word that is
It
going.
is. You're right. Fix it, Rick.
Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? Take it out. Should vary for local communities.
I'm with you. I support that. Sorry, that you're right. Absolutely. By the way, that it is a lawyer word.
All right, are we good with, at least for today? And we will send this all back out to everybody prior to next Monday, and we'll begin to incorporate this into the final report language, again, subject to additional review and tweaking. But I think, again, for the sake of time, I think we've done a great job now with adequacy. We've done an adequate job, at least with adequacy. And we need to give some time to fiscal policy.
So we're going to take 5 right now?
I suggest taking 5. It's a long afternoon.
Good.
4:47,
so-
back here at 4:42.
Sounds good. Before we get on to the fiscal policy one, Bruce and Jordan, in the document that we're going to review, I thought it looked like we had horizontal and vertical taxpayer equity reversed.
Ah,
And David, I can't see you right now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Something went with my video, but I was going to suggest that you take out those two concepts, horizontal and vertical taxpayer equity. I think they're a little bit
I agree.
specialized terminology. And the point is taxpayer equity. And then go right into it of the different aspects of equity that the bullets address.
Yeah, I think that's a good. I was sort of feeling the same way, and I'm actually not sure what to think about fiscal neutrality either, because I think it's sort of been taken over with student equity and
I
taxpayer
agree,
equity.
Dave. I think you're right. You're trying to just be a good engineer and identify two species of taxpayer equity concerns. One is, people who have different wealth values, maybe that the relief mechanism they should receive one. The other is across communities.
Right.
I think they're both Dick's point as well.
No, they are. I just was triaging them a little bit differently.
Yep.
And I think it's because maybe some of the stuff, some of the very, very technical work that we looked at from tax policy and Lincoln Institute and stuff broke it out separately. But you're right, we'll raise it up a little bit. So I still think we had them backwards though.
I think your general point, Dave, about fiscal neutrality is a good one. I wouldn't lose that.
That
Minimize the relationship between the wealth of a community and the revenues and expenditure of schools in the community.
it is good, but aren't we saying that in student equity too?
Probably.
I mean, we kept it in there, but the hard part is trying to write. If you're going to leave it in there, you got to wrap it up in something. You got to write something.
You're right. Yeah.
And if you're writing the same stuff that you wrote in the last section, then
No, we could do without it. It's
yeah,
just,
I mean, I don't know.
my suggestion on the taxpayer equity, there may be stuff that drops out, but I would reorganize it. And I would put what you have as the horizontal taxpayer equity. I would start with that. And then I would go to what you have as vertical taxpayer equity. So that bullet.
Actually, I would suggest vertical first, which is the
No, I wouldn't do that, because that's singling out a single property tax. And I mean, it's a single tax, a single source of revenue, and starting with that. Whereas what you have under horizontal has both levels, at least as it's written right now. And then you spell out the statewide property tax as a subpart of that, or an additional bullet. I really don't like starting with the state property tax as the first thing you go to for revenue.
In where? Oh. Right. Yeah, no, Dick, I think we were saying the same thing because I think we'd mislabeled horizontal and vertical.
Okay.
But
Oh, all right. Once you switch the labels, then
yeah. Switch. So, but I think getting rid of those labels and then reorganizing it the way you
there you go.
were just saying,
So,
I think makes imminent sense. So, all right, I got to go fill up a water bottle. I don't know if I have any time left. Yeah, I do.
You got time, Dave.
All right.
Bruce, I sent you something, if you could take a look.
Sure. Yeah, it hasn't shown up yet. I'm sure it's on its way.
It's in chat.
Oh, okay. I gotta look in the right place. Too many communication channels here. Yeah, Jay. That's, you mean for Friday?
No. No.
All right, yeah, on Thursday, that's right.
If that's what people have time.
Well,
So it's a conversation we don't need to have today at the end of a long.
Oh, totally agree. Totally.
So yeah, I think we can make enough progress on it with whoever can.
Yep. And Jay, to be clear, we don't have a work group meeting on Thursday, just Friday afternoon.
But a lot of people had Thursday afternoon set aside, right?
Well, okay, we're going to get back to that before we close this meeting with Dave.
That's why I wanted to. That's why I wanted to send this to you. And everybody, we had a conversation on accountability that we were trying to tee up for today. We don't need to have 16 people deal with it. We've had a lot of input from a variety of commission members. If people have Thursday hours set aside already, David, what I'm suggesting is maybe we just go ahead with whoever can attend and do that conversation on Thursday. It's something we haven't.
Thursday, Friday.
On Thursday. If that's when people have time set aside in their calendar before we just, bust things open with, anyway, we could make some progress on it with those who are available. And I can lead that with Bruce and we can get something for Monday without leaving it to last minute.
Although we should be clear and post that and make sure the public has access and so on to that discussion.
Absolutely. I understand.
What time would you think of beginning that?
Whatever people had in their calendar
For adequacy, it would have been 3 o'clock.
Yeah. I'm good in the afternoon that day.
So you want to do adequacy from 3 to 5 on Thursday?
I can, and if others, let's just do the same thing you were doing at the beginning. We'll do a poll, see who can participate, if we can get enough people to get a good cross section of the commission to.
Would you want to do it as a do basically adequacy and fiscal policy 3 to 5?
Can you?
I may or may not be able to. I mean, I've got a meeting that who knows what time it's going to end.
I suggest calling it adequacy because the topic is related to.
It is.
More related to adequacy, I think.
Yeah.
But of course, as always, anybody can come. Anybody can.
Right.
I think there are people from other groups that might have some input into that section. But
And
it's
as a practical matter, Bruce,
Bring it back.
separating adequacy and fiscal policy, it's collapsing in front of us.
Yeah, right. It's the same thing at this point. So,
Sure.
yeah.
I have a commitment at 4:30 on Thursday that I'll need to move over to, but maybe we can get it done. If we're just focusing on accountability and data, and maybe something about implementation at that point as well, we can probably get done by 4:30. I don't know
Dave,
about,
unless you got something else, I think the afternoon on Thursday should work out for us, for the
I hope.
Democratic legislators.
Yeah.
guess
I
I'm
mean,
more
I think by the
optimistic
time we
than
get
you
to
are.
3, it should. Yeah, I hope.
So I didn't want to derail from your conversation. Just I wanted to get that out there. That
All right, let's do this then. Let's set up. I mean, just call it the adequacy work group. Thursday, 3 to 5. And for now, can we keep something docketed for Friday afternoon in case we need it?
yes, we better. Yeah.
Okay. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
So there should be something, one or both, that everybody can jump to. Thursday 3 to 5 or Friday 2 to Thursday starting at 3 or Friday starting at 2.
and we'll conclude on Thursday at 4:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jordan, is that, you got all that, and are you or Carrie available Thursday afternoon to support?
Yes, I can help with that. I'll get that off calendar.
Thank you.
I'm available.
Thank you,
Okay.
everybody.
Love it when a plan comes together.
All right, that was just a way of avoiding the fiscal policy talk. Let's go.
That's all right. Well, most of this I think everybody's seen before. Bruce or Jordan, you want to
Yeah, coming up.
pop it up on the screen?
Believe this is the right version.
Yep.
I'll blow this up a bit.
Great. Okay, and I'm sort of looking in parallel on one that I've sort of carved up a little bit. So the first bullet we have here is New Hampshire is required by its constitution to enact taxation that is both reasonable and proportional. In any system created by the legislature to fund education must follow those requirements. That I thought needed a little bit of wraparound language to it, and so I'm sort of thinking of the introduction that came from the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston report for New Hampshire Public Policy Center.
It was, I guess, I think they did that independently. I don't think they did it for the Public Policy Center. Anyway, I know what you're referring to.
Well, anyway, it was the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston report, and I thought they had some pretty good language that I think helps interpret that that sentence that's at the top of this, and it basically goes, in its opinion, let's see, the Supreme Court gave lawmakers until July 07 to define a constitutionally adequate education, implying that legislative failure could lead to court-mandated system. Since the inception of education cases in 1993, we've constantly deferred to the legislature's prerogative to define a constitutionally adequate education, said the court's unanimous opinion. Quote, deference, however, has its limits. We agree with the concern that this court or any court do not take over the legislature's role in shaping educational and fiscal policy. For almost 13 years, we've refrained from doing so and continue to refrain today. However, the judiciary has a responsibility to ensure that constitutional rights not be hollowed out in the absence of action by other branches. A judicial remedy is not only appropriate, but essential. What do people think, particularly people that have some legal background, about that wraparound on
Isn't that
this?
court language?
Yeah, that quotes the court decision. It's
Right.
actually, yeah, and
Putting Londonderry.
I don't
Right.
understand what it has to do with the Federal Reserve report.
oh, that's where I pulled the language from, was the
But
Federal
it's
Reserve.
But it's the court decision language.
It's the court decision, right?
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, that what you just read is the whole basis for the work we did back then. So I don't know what you want us. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, well, you know, what the court's saying is that it's giving deference to the legislature to do its
Well, what I was saying in that statement is we want to give deference, but if you guys don't do something, our patience has its limits. That's what they were saying.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, that's what gave pressure to get something passed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm not sure I understand.
Okay.
So
how it's relevant now.
All right. Well, it probably will be more helpful when we take a look at it as a complete document then, Iris. So.
Okay.
Dave, the sentence that you've got is a very simple statement that is an accurate summary of the reasonable and proportional requirement.
Mm-hmm.
You know, obviously the one part of the Londonderry decision that I've complained about how people have interpreted it, you know, I'm going to continue that complaint about that first and last dollar, I do not think is a good policy.
Yeah, and I'm not pulling from that.
And I got you. That's when I saw Londonderry, I just wanted to make sure I didn't let that. But this is a perfectly accurate statement, summary statement. It's always a summary.
Yeah, I agree with that, Bill. And it'd be a good thing. It's a good way of capturing what the court has said in general language about both the constitutional requirement and what it expects of the legislature.
Okay.
Isn't this, Dave, why we want to have inputs, or we should have inputs? Because it defines what our responsibility is, whereas the Londonderry School District decision indicated that the state has to pay for that adequate education and none can be shifted down to the locals. But if we define what inputs are, that's the portion that we have to pay for.
So there's a lot to unpack there, Rick.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot that comes in every court decision, and I'm not a lawyer, but I've got some experience in court decisions, and pulling one sentence out of a multi-page decision is to take one sentence out of context, and I found that the reason I like the introduction that I read, and I guess, and it's from the Londonderry decision, and I lifted it from the the Federal Reserve Bank report. So I'm telling you where I lifted it from. Seems to give the legislature pretty wide authority in terms of defining adequacy and how it's going to pay for it. And it also lays out the court's feeling of its position to make sure that the legislature doesn't hollow out. And I think it uses the word hollow out, which you know, I think we're sort of at that point right now, maybe even with,
of course,
with the Conval suit. You know, where the judge said, well, you're actually closer to $5 than you are, you know, the average spend right now, or what Conval is looking for, but or has suggested is the cost of inadequate education. So I think it talks about the legislature's positions, the legislature's role, and the court's role, and maybe, you know, provides us with a little bit of latitude, you know, in terms of how what sort of principles and recommendations we want to make that are consistent with, you know, the legislature and courts' roles. And
need to respond to that. I think, first of all, your statement that one sentence out of context is a way to dismiss Rick's concern about the part of the decision that talked about paying for adequacy, I think is not justified. I think that part of the decision is just as valid as any other part of the decision. And I think you're misreading the portion that you quoted. I think that the court was saying, of course, the legislature has discretion to address this problem however it wants, but it better address it somehow. And that's the meaning of that statement that you read. I think it says that the court thinks that at some point there is a limit to the legislature's discretion, and that's when it, you know, makes something ineffective, as we have done now, and that, as you said, is why we're back in court. So I continue to bristle when people say that those who continue to believe that the court ruling meant what it said, when it said we have to pay for what we say is adequacy, that we are stuck or we are misinterpreting or we think it's great policy. None of those are true. We don't think it's the greatest policy. We just think it's what we were instructed by the court had to be done. And I don't think it can be dismissed just for convenience. So that's where I stand on that. And therefore, there are some sections later on in your section of the report that run up against what I've just said that I find difficult to accept. So I'll get there when we get there.
Well, we're there right now because the next bullet's got it.
Where are we? Next bullet's got it. The cost of the various.
The second bullet, the first bullet under student equity.
Government performance measures should be created to show that just, I'm not sure I understand. The opportunity review is the opportunity to choose. Yeah, I don't understand where.
So I think there's two concepts in that I would separate. The cost of an opportunity for an adequate education varies by student needs and community characteristics. Yeah. I think that aligns with in fact, I think maybe we want to lift the language that we just looked at in the adequacy principles. And what's that?
This is related to what I was just talking about.
Well, I think the next one is that or it sounded like it was, student equity can be achieved through differentiated state funding.
No problem with that.
Okay.
Differentiated state funding is not in conflict with also paying for adequacy. You can do both.
Right.
Well, what if I were to say, just Iris, to test that, what if the legislature determines that the cost of adequacy in one district is $14,000 per pupil and the cost of adequacy in another district is $1,000 per pupil?
That's
Like
a
Massachusetts.
great question. That's what I'm concerned about.
So,
I'm concerned that
one-
some districts are going to get zeroed out.
One thing about this, I don't think this commission is really in the business of trying to predict what the court might or might not say. We have to respect what the court has said, subject to the fact that the legislative branch is allowed to say whether one construction of the court is good or bad policy. Everyone's allowed to do that in the legislative branch. You're co-equal. But maybe we should try to make sure we're focused on what the policy is. And I think these 3 bullets do, Dave, focus on policy. They're not saying that the court would hold it constitutional or unconstitutional. Frankly, the legislature has suffered by trying to play Mother May I and not try and do the right thing.
I don't have any problem with any of the statements under student equity. What I was trying to respond to was the comments that were made by Dave.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't like that part from the Londonderry decision then?
I just don't think it says what you're trying to have it say. To me,
Okay,
it says we're going to run out of patience if you don't do something. And you're saying it says you guys have broad latitude. In a way, it says both.
Yeah.
Because you guys
And
have
Iris,
broad
that's,
latitude, but we're going to run out of patience if you don't do something meaningful.
Iris, that's perfectly an example. The fact is, in my view, those decisions are not a model of clarity, to put it lightly. And I think that the legislative branch needs to come to decisions about what it thinks the right policy answer is, because the court has clearly said that the legislature is the first start with good policy or bad policy. And I appreciate you saying, you don't want to dismiss legislative language, court language. That's smart. I agree with that. But you should not hesitate to say what Iris Estabrook thinks is the right policy answer. Even if the court were to say to you something that was dead wrong and perfectly on point, you could still say, as a member of the legislative branch, I think that's wrong answer. Under the Constitution, you're allowed to say that.
so,
Let me try something here to thread the needle.
Yeah.
If this statement were to stand by itself as a principle from the commission, and we were to unhook this from reference to existing court decisions and court language, is the commission comfortable with this interpretation of the constitutional requirement for adequacy?
I am.
yeah, I mean,
The one bullet, Bruce, right? That New Hampshire is required bullet?
Yes.
Yeah, I am.
I don't have any problem with that.
It sounded to me like that's where we got stuck, is trying to pin this on court decision language. If this principle stands by itself as a commission principle, the commission believes that the state is required by its constitution, et cetera, then it stands as it is. And we don't have to worry about whether this is an interpretation of Londonderry or any other decision.
And not to put words in anyone's mouth, but it begs the question, because that sentence applies to state taxes. And when the court says it's a state tax, which is the Claremont, that rule of reasonable and proportional applies. But the question is how much locally delegated tax may be used to build a school finance system. And I think, so it's a good statement. I think it's accurate from one person.
mm-hmm. Bill, I think that's an important point. That's the constitutional requirement for a state tax.
Right. And similarly, a delegated local tax within its own delegated district is subject to the same reasonable and proportional requirement. You can't vary a local tax within the local community, the taxing community. It
Right.
applies.
Right, within
the
the
district.
within the taxing jurisdiction. Yeah. All right, so we've talked about the first bullet, the second bullet. I think the accountability piece is I think a subject of what Jay's going to be talking about on Thursday. Did that sound right, Bruce?
Yes, that's right.
So it's not really going to be part of this this piece, but you know, but I think we wanted to capture stuff and not lose stuff. So we boil things down to student equity, fiscal neutrality, and taxpayer equity. The next part, fiscal neutrality, I think has a couple of points in here that don't necessarily have to stand on their own, because I think they're included in the student equity piece, but what do people think? Do we want to try to fold them in, or maybe use those when putting some word wrap around student equity?
I guess we talked a little bit about this, Dave. I still like them as they stand. They're good statements, they're good principles about the state's funding system and its obligation. And they sort of stand regardless and cut through much of what we're doing. So, unless they're repetitive and unneeded, I'd like to keep them until that's clear.
Okay. I like them too, Dick. The only thing that I find a little bit difficult with the fiscal neutrality is minimizing the relationship between the wealth of a community, which also implies poverty of a community, and the expenditures of schools in that community. And clearly there's a link in the education cost model between poverty and expenditures.
That's a good point.
Or costs.
That's a good point.
And so that's not what this point is trying to
No,
make.
you're right.
But
right.
I'm glad you raised that. I had read it differently. Dave, I kind of read that bullet like, yeah, that's the same old point.
We were thinking about the wealthy.
Let's tilt the curve. Let's bend the curve. But
that's what it means, but it can be interpreted in a different way. So I just want to make sure that we're really clear that second interpretation that I just laid out is not how this will be interpreted.
Understood. I didn't even read it that way.
I didn't either at first, and I think that it's a good point. We don't want to limit what a community might spend on the education of its kids.
No.
So Bruce, maybe we can make a note on that we may want to let's tune up that fiscal neutrality point. I know Jordan and I have worked on it since we first talked about fiscal neutrality back many months ago, and but we probably got a little bit more work to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think just making it clear that, if you were to look at any given community, I mean, it's saying the same thing we've been saying, right? Tilting that chart. That's so yes, we can wordsmith that to make it clear.
And it may come back to you don't need it because you've created more precise language about that correlation that you want to avoid.
It may,
right.
Yeah.
Elsewhere.
Yeah. And let's see. obligation based on specific percentage of statewide cost. So this one is an interesting one here. And I think we found some, I think there's a reference in the Lincoln Institute work that that basically says, you don't come out of the into this thinking, having a specific ratio in mind. And I think Dr. Kenyon talks about 50-50. Don't come out with that. Look at addressing student equity. And she talks about student equity and taxpayer equity. But if you address student equity, that does seem to be the big part of the problem. Then the ratio will, whatever that is, will develop on its own.
So that, to be more explicit then, you're saying the state should not set a target that reflects a specific percentage of the statewide cost of education.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's right now, the legislature's interpretation of Londonderry is that it has to pay 100% of whatever the cost of an adequate education is.
Yeah.
And we can do that when the cost of an adequate education is 3709 plus a little bit of, what did Jesse call it? The differentiated aid, which is pretty close to the bone on that. But when the cost of an adequate, if the cost of an adequate education is defined as the ECM, then that's a very different challenge, I think, for the state. And I think the ECM, the whole idea is that it provides student equity, but it can be done where it provides student equity and by virtue of that, taxpayer equity, because if districts can't get to it, then it's not providing student equity either. And that's sort of where we're at right now. Everybody knows the estimated cost of education is not 3709, but is a much more significant number than that. And municipalities are left on their own to make up for that difference. That state will help them get to 3709 plus a little more, but and we did, and obviously in the legislature we did another $65 million tranche in FY21 for fiscal disparity and enhance, free, and reduce. But that's a grant over and above adequacy. I think getting back to what was in Iris's original work.
I'd like to respond to that. If you're saying that by accepting the ECM, you're automatically saying the state can't pay 100%. I can't accept that. And I don't think that's what AIR was saying. AIR gave you the mechanism to redistribute current spending and current revenue in a manner that would do both. And so
I didn't say the state couldn't do it. I just said it's a different challenge.
If this statement is intended to say that you have to interpret AIR's work one way rather than the other, then this in itself is a statement, a reason to dissent.
The second bullet under fiscal neutrality.
Where are you? Vertical tax. Yes, if you're interpreting the way you've been describing it, that you just said when the cost of an adequate education is the ECM, the state can't pay 100%. Well, if that's
not
where
what I said, but that's okay.
Okay, sorry, you didn't say can't pay 100%. You said it's a different question, but then you're interpreting the statement. AIR's own report gave us a manner in which we could do that, so I don't understand the need for this.
So my understanding of when we were drafting this is basically to say, and maybe we can be more explicit about this, is not to back into a state share and a local share of education spending. That's from the things that we read in the testimony we received, that is not, it's not good policy to say, the state's going to try to get to 45% of funding. You should do it based on district characteristics. And perhaps that means the state should be paying 100% of the ECM, and perhaps it doesn't. But the policy should not be driven by an attempt to get to a particular ratio.
Well, I agree with that when you put it that way, but I'm not sure that that's the way this bullet's being interpreted.
Well, that's how I interpret it.
I agree with what Jordan said. If
Yeah.
I were trying to come together to determine a new education funding policy, the thing I would not start with is I want to get to 80%, 70%, 50%, 30%. That's not the goal. The goal for me would be student equity. I want to tilt the curve, as Dave said, my avatar, and from the AR report. That's the starting policy. And when you mix it together, you can achieve a tilted curve like Massachusetts has done. And it did that with a 38% state budget percentage, but it wasn't, as the representative testified to us, that wasn't their starting point for policy to produce a result that got to 38%. It was to achieve an equitable result for students. I share that completely. That's my goal. Does Vermont achieve a student equitable result with an 80% state finance percentage? I don't know. We haven't focused on it. It looks pretty good by the AIR number. It's not the key, is not the percentage. The key is the mixture of local control, local taxation, state budget dollars to achieve, and the tilting of state aid so that you achieve student equity, in my view. So I thought that's the way I read this. If someone came up to me, and Iris, I'd be interested, if someone came up to me and said, it's got to be the state budget percentage in New Hampshire has to be 100% of the 3 billion has to be state budget dollars. I'd say, I think that's a terrible result, and I think it's wrong. It's not relevant. What's relevant is what you do with the dollars.
Okay, so I think we've got good comment on these two, and we'll figure out what to do about it. The rest of it actually is sort of this a group of points that are related to taxpayer equity, and I think we've got vertical and horizontal backwards in the document, so don't even worry about that. We're probably just going to put all these things under, or whatever we keep, we'll just put under the heading of taxpayer equity. And I think Dick, you suggested a place to start on this.
Yeah, I would start on the next page where the heading is horizontal taxpayer equity. And I agree with Dave that the heading isn't what's important. We're talking about taxpayer equity.
Right.
And the reason I'd start with this is that it's the bullets under that heading try to speak to all the revenues that will go into funding a adequate education, and so it's both the state revenues and then of course this gets into what Iris has been talking about, then the local revenues, and it talks about how the local revenues would be constrained, but it's a broader picture than just the state property tax, which is where on the previous page we were starting. So that's why I would put it here, and we can talk about whether that second sub bullet on this page about well, maybe that doesn't even pick it up. Somewhere in here, we're going to pick up the local property tax. And so I would put this at the beginning, and maybe the clause and mandatory local required minimum contributions is where we might need to have some discussion about first and last dollar.
Well, I have a question about mandatory local required minimum contribution. I'd like to understand better why the work group decided to go that route. I wonder if Bruce or Jordan could refresh my memory. I know that when Drew was asked from AIR about this versus simply raising the statewide property tax, it was difficult. First of all, it was difficult to understand the difference. And second of all, I thought that Drew said there were fewer advantages to having this mandatory local minimum than to just go with the overall rise in the statewide property tax. Can somebody unpack that?
Well, I think what the mandate, Drew talked about the inefficiencies of the mandatory minimum compared to
inefficiency. Okay.
Right. Yes, he did talk about that. But basically I think what the idea of a mandatory local minimum does is, depending upon the property wealth of a community, it will raise either more or less dollars for public education and provide an amount where the state would come in and be able to make up for the difference in order to get to the cost of an adequate education. So in some communities, the mandatory local minimum might cover everything. In other communities, it might only cover, 10%, 20% of their cost of education. And that's where that second bullet near the top, I think becomes, can be made equitable through differentiated state funding.
Well, how is it different other than in name from a higher statewide property tax?
Let me try that. It is different, but it's very similar. And it's a very good question you ask, because both are a single uniform rate across the state. That's the starting point. Mm-hmm. And there is one difference right away. The state property tax is against all property except utility property, whereas the local minimum is against all real property. And so they're absolutely the same, except when you get to the point where the statewide property tax would send effectively, would be a negative for the community. A community that has high property wealth would produce more money than it would get back for its educational system. And that money under a statewide property tax would be part of the pot that would go somewhere else. Whereas this other mandatory local required minimum contribution would never reach that point. It would tail off. And it would be raised locally, it would stay locally. And when you got to whatever cutoff cap you had in the legislation, it would cease to be, the rate would go down to a certain point, but not below zero.
You mean
that's the difference. And it would, just like the state property tax, it would enable more state funding to come into the places that couldn't raise enough with with the with the rate that that was applied through either the state property tax or the local required minimum contribution, they'd get relatively more, proportionally more than the wealthy towns. Very, very similar, except for that feature.
One additional item, Dick, is the Massachusetts program, which is not what we've talked about because we need data. The Massachusetts program computes minimum local required contribution, not just by reference to property tax values, but also by income in the community.
That's right.
Obviously, that's another difference, and so that the reality is, Iris, that the Massachusetts program of minimum contribution, local contribution, essentially allows you even more progressive focused state aid on New Bedford, a poor town, versus Wellesley, a wealthy town. That's one of the devices in the Mass system that helps you use that state budget aid so much more efficiently to get the curve tilted.
Well, I think, you know, what we've got too, we haven't talked about it here yet, it's in here, is targeted low and moderate income property tax relief programs,
Right.
which you know, we don't have all of the tools that Massachusetts has in order to compute a mandatory local minimum the way that they do, but we do have a way of providing relief to people on you know, fixed and low and moderate incomes.
Bruce, could you or Jordan, could you go back and let me know when it was that we discussed this mandatory minimum with AIR, so I can go back and refresh my memory about what their comments were?
Well, it was in it was in their simulator.
Yeah, it's in the report. It's in the AR report. They give examples.
And I know that Drew spoke about it
You could
early
just
on.
send me links to anything where this discussion took place. I'd appreciate it. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, Iris, I'll send that to you.
Thank you.
I'll send it out to the whole.
You'll
group
find it
after.
better than I would.
Mhm. So, but you know, I want to be clear too that you know, I'm not necessarily looking for our principles or recommendations to center on, you know, a mandatory local minimum, whether it's a Massachusetts model or a, you know, a 100% first last dollar model, but I think it makes sense for the recommendations to support student equity as being the overarching objective here, and without that, well, let me say it another way. With that, I think a lot of you know, different funding approaches could be looked at, but if we're at the end of the day achieving student equity and taxpayer equity, but number one, student equity, then we've made incredible progress, and I think we've tilted the you know, that curve towards basically, you know, more progressive funding of public education, and just I'm not getting caught up in you know, the quicksand of you know, where things might be at now.
Yeah, Dave, you have a very good principle that's just above this horizontal taxpayer equity that relates to this conversation. The one that says it is axiomatic. You might go, if you develop that, you might go through it, because I think it speaks, you know, in different language to this concept of a use of a local property tax in an equitable way.
So Jordan developed it. So I want to defer to.
I thought it was very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't say that I stole this language from somewhere. It was definitely part of the collaborative, but yeah, I mean, you know, if you basically, using local property tax rates that are different among communities. I mean, and this is kind of what we got into with our Massachusetts Chapter 70 discussion. That that there can be reasonable and proportional differences between communities, assuming that the state budget contribution is progressive in the way that it distributes aid.
Essentially saying that you need to put the two together, the state budget contribution and the local property tax. And if the result is reasonable, then it's okay. Reasonable in the equity terms that we've been discussing.
Yeah, and Dick, I think that's right. And when you take a look at the situation now, we've got an average property tax, local education property tax, and I think I folded in the state property tax into this, but the education property tax of almost $12.84. We've got a high of $22.50 and a low of $1.81, with a standard deviation of $4.27. So it varies widely, and I think that's part of the problem that we've got right now, that districts all across the state have such differing resources to raise what they need for an adequate, or what they really need to spend for education, that it's resulted in. And I think this is the AIR, the other AIR bubble chart that really stands out, is the plot of the correlation of performance outcomes and what do they call it? The education cost gap. What they should be spending compared to what they are spending, and that screams with the disparities, the student inequities that we have across the state.
Dave, under this model, you're really talking about the first option, which was offered to us by AIR. There are two options, and the first option is one where 70% of our municipalities would see a decrease in their property tax. 30% would see a definite increase in their property tax. How do we respond to those who are saying, hey, through this mandate, you're increasing my local taxes?
So great question, Rick. I think digging down a little deeper into that makes a lot of sense. So looking at not only the number of communities that see property taxes go up, but if they went up, were they below average before, and are they still below average after they go up? And for the ones that decreased, were they above average before, and are they still above average even after the decrease? Looking at that, I think is important. Looking at the range, did the range tighten around the average, or did it go the other way? So if it tightened, I think that implies some fairness. And then also looking at the number of students, the total number of students that are enrolled in districts or from communities where the property tax has gone up or the property tax has gone down, and you can get an idea as to the how that affects.
But Dave, how do you react to the community, the taxpayer in that community where the taxes are going to go up, and saying, we're doing this because it's fair? Fair to whom? Not to me, the taxpayer. It's going to be fair to some other community, which is going to take my money.
Yeah.
Can I try with that if I
Sure,
could?
go ahead, Bill.
Rick, I know that that's a discussion. I've had it many times with legislators on past school funding proposals. There's two responses to it. One is that Dave is not writing, as I understand it, these general principles to support the particular simulation models that AIR produced. There are mixes of the tools in that simulation model that legislators can use that will alter the results that you focus on about which towns have an increase, quote unquote towns, which is not true, by the way, it's taxpayers and others. So I would say, I don't think this is endorsing the simulation model result because that AIR didn't offer that model result as a proposal. And I don't think the commission has seen it. The second thing I'd say is come right back a little bit with Mel Myler, Rick. You're right. There are some legislators from some communities who might selfishly say, it's about my taxpayer situation. It's about my community. I care only about that. I don't care about the kids in another community. And you know, the answer is, they're all of our children. This is the Mel Myler piece. And at the end of the day, it's funny, this whole wonderful work we've done, you may be right, Rick. A valid, fair proposal may come apart on the rocky shoals of self-interest. It has happened in the past. But as a commission, our job is not to predict how the legislative thing will come out. I don't think at this time. It's to come out with principles that make sense from a policy perspective and from the perspective of, if you didn't know which community you lived in, what kind of proposal would you support? Because you might say, I support something that distributes the money equally to every town in Amherst, because I live in Amherst, say, or I'm just picking on Amherst. But you know what? If you didn't know you were living in Amherst, if you might live in Claremont, that wouldn't be a just result. And so, Rick, I do not dispute. As a matter of fact, I've suffered as much as you have at that result in the legislature. But I hope we follow Mel Myler's lead and that we as a commission speak for a principle that matters.
Right.
I'd like to just second what Bill said, but to emphasize the first part of his answer, which is that the formula was just a choice that AIR made to lay out a scenario. And there are many different scenarios that can be laid out. So we'll be doing that, I'm sure, in the years to come.
Right, right, and that's the important thing here is that this document really establishes the the principles to judge, or hopefully to develop, education funding plans on, and with which to judge education funding plans, and I think everything does really center on the student equity issue. And we don't have it right now. So hopefully plans that are coming forward, that are proposed from both sides of the aisle, that are proposed from the governor's office, while they may be different, if they support the student equity, and if they help to improve taxpayer equity, which I don't even think you can have improved student equity without improving taxpayer equity. Then I think we're doing what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, and I also just these principles don't live in isolation either. We haven't gotten to the low, moderate, homeowner program, the deferral program, circuit breakers. Right, we're really moving away from focusing on communities as a principle to focusing on taxpayers as a principle. And so you may say on average in some communities, depending on the plan that's adopted, your property taxes in a community could go up on average, but they would, for those with the ability to pay in a well-designed system, those with the ability to pay would pay, those without the ability to pay would have a buffer. And I think we've tried to lay that out in some of these other principles as well.
So, so I just want to do a time check here. We're sort of coming on 20 minutes of 5. And so we're over time now. We're going to have more time on Thursday and Friday for, you know, for all of these discussions. Thursday primarily for accountability, which pulls some stuff out of this, and Friday for this. So I would suggest we start to wrap up for this evening. Bruce, or is that?
I think that's a great idea. I think we've a point of diminishing returns, perhaps. And I think we've done great work today. Obviously, we're dealing with pretty thick and complicated topics, and I think, as I said, I think we've made great progress. So I would suggest that we make whatever changes we've arrived at today in the adequacy and fiscal policy findings and recommendations, and we come back to these. I think on both times, we'll see how many people can make it on Thursday now, with a focus on accountability, and we'll then perhaps on Friday start with completing this walkthrough of the fiscal policy draft, because in any case, that's going to generate the kind of recommendations that will go into the final report draft that we'll be working on apparently over the weekend.
Bruce and David, what I'd ask folks that have heavily participated in this part of the conversation, David, at one point you talked about the kind of things that we would expect if these recommendations came to fruition. I thought those would be useful for the accountability discussion. For instance, that we would maintain the idea of a Z-score, and that we would expect that range to narrow. Well, that means that we've got to continue to assess that and have some accountability mechanism. Likewise, relative to local property rates, that you thought that the range would narrow. I'm just trying to tee those
That's a good idea. Yep.
principles up, that if those could get into some communication prior to Thursday, then if folks aren't able to participate on Thursday, at least we'd capture some of the accountability and create more balance to what we're looking for.
Mm-hmm. That's a great idea, Jay.
In fact, one of the bullets we spoke about today on the adequacy work group sheet was exactly that. It showed that the tie between an outcome-based or an outcome performance measure enhanced accountability.
Right.
And so we did address that earlier, I think, a little bit.
And we've got a draft from Bruce that he'd sent with the 2:30 memo.
12:30.
12:30 memo.
Or earlier, actually. But not going to add that language, Jay, that you just suggested about narrowing the difference across communities in Z-scores and local property tax rates. And that language can explicitly be added to that accountability draft that we can take up on Thursday.
Perfect.
So noted.
Okay, anybody else have anything I can't see everybody right now, so we could probably
I'm gonna go ahead and close.
drop.
Reminder, Dave, or Bruce, when the Thursday afternoon session is planned for.
We said 2, right?
I think we said 3.
3 o'clock till 4.
Oh, 3 on
Thursday.
3 to 4:30.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
Could we just see the hands? Who's going to be there on Thursday, do you think?
I'd say it depends.
Yeah.
Okay. I
like that.
good to see some hands up. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I think Chris was also included on Thursday.
She emailed me that she didn't think, but she would send me something in advance.
Okay.
Okay. Great. All right, so what fell off today's agenda was alignment with the commission's charge. So we'll make sure that we,
That's always there. It's always there. And Dick did a good job earlier of bringing us back to it.
yes, no, that was good. All right, so it's been a long afternoon, and people have heard a lot of things. And are we ready to sort of shift into public comment? See what we might hear from people that have hung with us the whole time. Kareem, yeah.
All right, just a quick question. We still have public comment scheduled for tomorrow
Wednesday.
at 4 o'clock, correct?
Wednesday at 4 o'clock.
Yep.
Oh, Wednesday at 4 o'clock.
Wednesday
yeah.
at 4 o'clock.
Feels
Yep.
like
All right,
Tuesday
thanks.
already, I
Just
know.
wanted to check.
Yeah. So thanks for mentioning that, Kareen. So we'll shift into public comment now. There'll also be an extended public comment period starting Wednesday at 4 o'clock. It's been duly noticed in legislative calendars, and I think everybody's got awareness of that. And I'll just sort of hand it over to Jordan. I know you can put your hand up on Zoom or *9 if you're on the phone. And we've got a few people. So Jordan, you're handling the doorway.
All right, first up is Jeff.
Jeff, welcome.
Thank you, and thank you to the members of the commission for giving me an opportunity to offer a few comments. My name is Jeff McClinch. I'm the project director for the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. I know you folks have spent a lot of time mulling over these documents today and have covered quite a bit of ground. And at the risk of ignoring some certain issues, there were two topics in particular I wanted to focus on in my comments, both of which arose in the fiscal policy work group's principles. And I guess I would just simply say that I would strongly urge the commission to drop 2 bullets from this document. The first was the one that you left off with. It's the 3rd bullet under the first principle bullet on the 2nd page that begins, "It is axiomatic that because the value of real property differs." And secondly, I would drop the sub bullet under the 2nd bullet on policy considerations that suggests considering floors and caps to mandatory local minimums. And I'll explain my reasoning briefly right now. With regards to the axiomatic proposition, I would argue that that statement directly contradicts one of the key findings of the engagement work group. The engagement work group in its 2nd key finding notes that the general public raised concerns about the reliance on property tax and the unequal application of taxes across the state when funding schools. The current system of public school funding does not work in many people's minds. This first bullet that I referenced, to me, reads as simply, to some degree, throwing up of hands and saying, here's the current system, it's axiomatic, it's acceptable as long as we sand off some of the rough edges. I don't think the public sees it that way. More to the point, in the 2nd Claremont case, the court found that to the extent the property tax is used in the future to fund the provision of an adequate education, the tax must be administered in a manner that is equal in valuation and uniform in rate throughout the state. Again, this bullet that I'm referencing, to me, directly contradicts that statement. Similarly, the idea of a mandatory local minimum seems to me, the commission seems to want to have it both ways, in that either it's a local tax, which this report seems to suggest it is not, or it's a state tax. And if it's a state tax, it needs to be uniform in rate throughout the state. Therefore, it cannot tail off in the way that's been suggested here. There can't be floors or caps. It needs to be a single rate with everyone remitting the full amount to the state, ultimately. I hope that's helpful to the commission and its deliberations, and I thank you for the chance to offer those comments.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeff.
Okay, next we've got Paul.
Good evening, Paul, or good afternoon, Paul. Thanks for.
It feels like evening, doesn't it? I won't prolong this. I just wanted to add one element to the conversation that Representative Ladd was speaking to. the inherent problem in using a property tax, be it a state property tax or a local property tax, is property is located somewhere. And it's in these communities, and they're always going to identify them by the community in which the property is located. So you can call it what you want, state property tax or local minimum, or whatever you're trying to generate to meet the requirement to adequately fund education. I have my misgivings that it'll ever be perceived as anything but. I'll use another example for that, is in the administration of that tax. You're still requiring or looking that the local communities fund the revals that are done, on a 5-year basis, to review the abatements and administer those elements and deal with the collections. Anyone who has any problems in any 3 of those categories, they don't go see the state to discuss their property tax situation. They go see their towns. And that's where the perception is always going to be, that it's a town-based tax. And if money transfers outside a town to go to another town, that's where that negative perception is going to be. And as Representative Ladd say, how do you explain that to a taxpayer that their taxes went up and it's located where they're at in their community, and their community has to send the money off to the state. And that black box then occurs and redistributes it. I just point that out in terms of giving you a local perspective from local people in terms of the effect of what you're proposing. It's a challenge, I know, but it's a challenge that is needed correction, and I'm not seeing it corrected here. Again,
Paul, thanks very much.
I apologize, should have added, I'm still representing the town of Newington on the behalf of the Board of Selectmen as their project manager.
Yep. Paul, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Up we have John.
Good afternoon, John.
Hello. You guys have had a long afternoon, and I will try to be real quick. I just want to talk about the mandatory minimum local contribution. And I just want to say that the idea of such a thing may make sense in a political way or a psychological way, but how the rate works is vital. And I have to point out that that mandatory minimum local contribution is going to pay for a portion of adequacy. It's going to pay to meet a portion of the state's constitutional duty. That's clear. That's what it's for. It's not to pay for the extra local, the swimming pool and the rock climbing wall that a local town can decide to do. The idea all along has been that that's to pay for a piece of adequacy. And if it's to pay for a piece of adequacy, the rate has to be the same across the state. So if you want to recommend a minimum mandatory local contribution, the rate has to be the same. It can't tail off. If there's extra money that is collected by that tax, it needs to flow to the state because it is a state tax. You can call it mandatory minimum local contribution to break it up, but it's paying for adequacy. And since this discussion began with the AIR proposal of that, that's what it's always been. It's paying for a piece of adequacy. So you can call it minimum mandatory local contribution, and that's fine. And I understand the politics of that, but the rate has to be the same. It can't tail off. And if you have a thing like that where the rate tails off, you have recreated the current problem with SWEPT. You have simply recreated it. So I will shut up again. Thank you for hearing me out.
John, thanks so much. And thanks for your commitment to these long meetings. So, and this subject.
Okay, you're very welcome. And you guys, this is hard stuff. It's really hard stuff. With all due respect to Bill, I think the constitutional principles are pretty simple. They are pretty clear. The challenge, and I recognize the terrible political and financial challenge of following them, but they are pretty simple and they're pretty compelling. And I guess I would finally say taxpayer equity and student equity can both be achieved. We don't have to prioritize one or the other. And the AIR report shows how to do it. And now I will truly shut up.
Thank you, John.
Okay, next we have Sally.
Good afternoon, Sally.
Okay, hi. I just wanted to say I didn't hear anything today that reflects that you've incorporated something that accounts for the difference between a district and a town. So in the cooperative districts, the contribution made by the towns to the district in those cooperative districts is not usually not just a per pupil amount. So that means within some cooperative districts, some towns are paying a larger percent of the cost compared to the number of students they send. And so I think that any formula, if you're going to use equalized valuation per pupil, has to take into account the fact that the payments into the school district are not the same equalized valuation per pupil of the towns that make that contribution. And that distinction also comes up when you talk about accountability, because if you're sending funding to the town, a town that's within a cooperative district can't be responsible for how the money you send them is spent. That's a decision that's made at the district level. So that's that one issue. The other one is I just wanted to point out what's been happening to the real estate market lately. In the past couple of years, property values statewide on homes have been increasing at a rate that's something like 10, maybe even 15% a year. And what does that mean? But that's for the state average. That those increases have not been the same from one town to the next. So in some towns, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if property values have increased more than 30% in the last 3 years. Do you think that taxpayers, property taxpayers, can afford to have their property tax bill, the portion of it that you're going to use the portion that's going to be the statewide education property tax, do you think they can afford to see that go up like 30%? I think the market, the value of homes and property are driven by the market. And that seems to me like a somewhat unreliable base to use to make a tax assessment for schools. So those were just my two thoughts.
Sally, thanks very much for sharing.
Okay, last hand up is Jane.
Jane, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you again for your hard work, well past your deadline of this evening for your commission meeting. But I wanted to raise a few points on the tax issue. One of the things I had spoken to the commission before is how we value commercial property here in the state of New Hampshire. And there are some real glaring inabilities to accurately assess commercial property. And I've spoken about it before. I think Commissioner Chris Dwyer has also spoken to the committee about that. Since we are relying on the property tax, I think that, you know, these issues as we see them become even more complex. And I think it's important that we as a legislature and a state accurately assess property tax so they pay their fair share and the burden isn't on the residential property taxpayer only. The other issue is the amount of property in current use. As I said before, lots of lots of towns put tons of land in current use, and that is not taxed at the same rate. The poor property owner is burdened by almost a disproportionate share of responsibility. So I know this is beyond sort of the commission's charge and ability, but certainly in your report, if you can reference all property tax, and make sure that the means by which we are using to fund education is even. I also wanted to echo Sally's point about property value. COVID in some pockets of New Hampshire has created a tremendous artificially inflated value for real estate. Folks from New York and Connecticut are fleeing cities, and they're coming to, I think you heard the city manager from Waterville Valley, and these prices are going really, really much higher than the appraised value. So when you're talking about the increase in property tax and folks, the corresponding SWEP that goes with that to fund education, you're going to very likely be increasing taxes on folks that their values have increased and the taxes have gone up as well. And again, I urge this commission, I know it's a very hot topic and it's a political issue, and it has been historically, but a town does not pay property tax. An individual person pays property tax. And when we have a representative commenting on the fact that their constituencies do not want to pay an increase in property tax, I don't think a sanctimonious reply is appropriate. They're representing individuals who do not want to have an increase in payment of taxes. And it's really a failure of the state to find reasonable and other sources of funding. Unfortunately, this commission would have had to have another year or two if you were trying to examine alternative sources to fund education. But the property tax, your poll indicated that it is the #1 complaint of your focus groups, that people felt that the property tax was already overburdened. So it's no one's fault we're stuck with the system. And you certainly have done yeoman's work in working on this issue. But I think the funding mechanism is fundamentally flawed to begin with. And if unfortunately, you'd hate for all of this work, to go be crashed upon the rocks because of our system and the property tax system as it currently is. So I just really caution this commission to be thoughtful on the whole property tax issue, because I think it can be very divisive, and I think that I would hate for your recommendations to not be given their full consideration because of a system that has inherent flaws. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Jane. Okay. I think we're tapped out on comment for this evening. Wednesday, 4 o'clock is our next big event. So for extended public comment, and so we'll hopefully see everybody then. Anybody else have anything they want to add at this point? It's after 5, so let everybody go. We'll see everybody Wednesday.
Good hard work.
All right. Thank you. Take care.